fact, and I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Good morning and welcome to the 2024 John Edwardson 72 Social New Venture Challenge Finals. We are so excited to have you join us, whether in person or on the live stream. I'm Rob Gertner, Booth faculty member and the John Edwardson Faculty Director of the Rostandi Center for Social Sector Innovation. This is the 14th annual Edwardson SNVC Finals, which the Rostandi Center hosts together with the Polsky Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. The SNVC is the social impact track of the University of Chicago's business launch program, the New Venture Challenge. Today we extend special thanks to our title sponsor, John Edwardson, a Booth alumnus, university trustee, retired chairman and CEO of CDW, and co-chair of Advance Illinois, a statewide education organization. The Edwardson Social Entrepreneurship Program equips University of Chicago students and faculty with tools to connect research and practice to go from idea to impact. As the cornerstone of that program, the SNVC empowers students to conceptualize, develop, and launch new ventures with a focus on social impact and a model for financial sustainability. Since 2011, the SNVC has helped launch more than 200 social ventures, which have gone on to raise more than $168 million in philanthropic donations, grant support, and equity funding. You know, I don't really like that statistic. I like the number a lot. $160 million is extraordinary, but I don't like the statistic. It's not the money raised that matters, but its impact. But we can add up all the dollars across all the teams. Well, we can't add to each other the children in refugee and disaster relief camps who have liked to do homework, to the family farmers in Africa with access to rented tractor services, to the African retail entrepreneurs who can manage their inventory more effectively, to the better informed US electorate, to the children in rural America with access to highly effective autism therapy, or to the number of college students with peer groups to support their mental health. And of course, I could go on. But since every venture would require its own clause, and we're already a little bit behind, I won't. But every one of those $168 million is not just money, but an opportunity to improve lives. This year, we had 18 Phase 2 teams with students from Booth, Harris, the College, and Physical Sciences. They have all worked extraordinarily hard, made substantial progress, and I believe learned an extraordinary amount. Congratulations to all of them. Narrowing the group to 7 finalists was challenging and actually quite painful. I do want to point out that each of the finalist teams has a woman founder or co-founder, and 10 of the 13 founders and co-founders across the 7 finalist teams are women. Teams are competing today for at least $150,000 in startup capital, as well as our Audience Choice Award. Please be sure to vote for your favorite team online. Videos will be run during our lunch break, during judges' deliberations, and can be viewed online. A note about today's schedule: each venture will have 11 minutes to present, followed by 14 minutes of Q&A from the judges. We'll take a short break after the first 2 presentations, a break for lunch, after the next 2, and then return after lunch for the final 3 pitches. Around 2:30, the judges will begin deliberating. Everyone else is welcome to attend our SNVC reception in room 104 up on the first floor, where we will announce the winners around 3:30. For those on the live stream, the results will be live streamed as well. Before we get started, I would want to thank all of you for joining us and for your support of social entrepreneurship at the University of Chicago. I also want to take a moment to remember Steve Tarson, who passed away in September. Together with his brother Ron Tarson, who is here today, Steve was one of our first and most loyal donors to the Edwardson SNVC. We are proud that the Stephen Tarson Impact Investment Fund bears his name and are grateful for Steve and Ron's contributions to social impact at Chicago Booth. And a special thanks to all of our 2024 SNVC sponsors, the title sponsor, John Edwardson, platinum sponsors, Ron Tarson and Steve Tarson and David Wells, Gold sponsors Dave and Rosemary Good and Roberto Cerviche Labarere. Silver sponsors Lloyd Lewis and Arc Thrift Stores. Bronze sponsors Janet Linden Cooper and Locke Lord, and our legal sponsors Dentons and Locke Lord. Thanks also to our distinguished SNVC judges, both classroom and those here today, the coaches and mentors. You have all provided invaluable guidance to our teams. To learn more about our judges and finalist teams, please follow the links or QR code on our posters. Finally, I want to thank all of the staff at the Polsky Center and Rostandi Center for making today's event and the entire SNVC process work so well. I want to especially thank the Edwardson Social Entrepreneurship team with great leadership from Will Colgrove, and I want to give a special shout out to Yasmin Juarez, who joined the Rostandi team in February just as the SNVC crunch was starting. In a very short time, Yasmin has everything better organized, from the mundane to the crucially important, such as meals for the classroom judges. She also has been a great resource and support for all the teams. Please give her a round of applause. And now it's time for our first team. Please welcome up Orr.
That's the clicker. Sure.
All right, green button, go.
Ooh.
1 minute. Sorry.
No, we're good.
No problem. Ooh, nice.
Okay.
What do you say?
Good morning. My family came to the United States from Cuba in the 1950s, and today has achieved the American dream, but only because of the tremendous number of helping hands we found along the way. My co-founder, Liz, is a first-generation college graduate who faced tremendous barriers as a woman without access to support or mentorship in the male-dominated tech industry. We met while working at Mainstay, where we leveraged technology to ensure more equitable access to higher education, especially for first-generation and low-income students. Today, we're on a mission to take things a step further, ensuring those graduates have the opportunity to capitalize on that education. There is unequal access to information about how to succeed in the workplace and how to plan your career. Mentorship is not something that's afforded to every individual, and too often this means that our career outcomes are linked to the social and cultural capital that we bring with us to our first role. My name's Alana Habib. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Orr, and we help companies better engage and retain their employees with the intent of reducing the impact of systemic barriers to success in the corporate workforce. This is more than just a business to us. This is a mission to ensure that no one feels as isolated or unprepared in the workforce as we and our families did. To ensure employees have access to the resources they need, we've built Aurora. Aurora builds deep relationships with employees and provides proactive mentorship at scale. Through Aurora, we nudge employees 2 to 3 times a week, ensuring they have access to the resources they need to not only succeed in the role they have today, but to more actively plan for the role they'd like to have tomorrow. We also use Aurora to ask questions, seeking to understand the challenges and frustrations employees are facing and surfacing them to companies so that they can understand the most pressing people problems that they're facing and can address them before they become a crisis. Finally, we use Aurora to provide on-demand guidance, helping employees with questions as big as how do I navigate conflict with a manager and as small as what do I wear to a client meeting. This ensures every employee has a safe space to ask questions without fear of judgment or shame. Now, it may sound strange to do this with a robot. I know there's not a ton of Gen Zs in the room, but we're not just building any robot. We've intentionally designed our platform to replicate the peer-mentor-mentee relationship. And through parasocial relationships, we're actually able to drive behavior change beyond what is possible in a normal, standard nudging intervention. And this isn't hypothetical to us. We've actually done it before. As my friends often joke, I did used to design robot personalities for a living. I was employee 9 at Mainstay, where we leveraged proactive nudging over text message to engage over 14 million students on their journeys to and through college. I was responsible for designing and deploying content that served almost a third of all incoming college students in 2022, and was responsible for closing, designing, and deploying our first federal contract. Liz, my co-founder, holds a similar role at All Here and has recently launched Ed, an AI platform that's being used to support the second largest K-12 school district in America. We've seen the tremendous impact our platform can have on young people, and we're so committed to ensuring that we can provide access to this technology in the workforce. I'll now pass things over to Jaya so you can learn more about the value we bring to employees and employers.
Engagement is a huge problem, not just for employees, but for employers as well. Defining engagement as the connection employees feel to their organization and its goal, we see only 23% of employees are considered engaged. This is a huge problem, not only for individual employees who are not feeling connected to their workplace, but also for employers. An estimated $8.8 trillion is lost annually in productivity because employees are not considered engaged. We've seen this come up in conversation more as leaders discuss how to engage the Gen Z workforce and even remote or hybrid workers. There are huge benefits to be gained from improving engagement, including benefits to productivity, but also to profitability, customer loyalty, and a reduction in turnover. This means that improving engagement not only helps with top-line revenue, but also with profitability overall. That's why we've designed Aurora, not only to help individual employees with their career, but also to help employers. Aurora sits on top of existing IT systems. That means for employers, it's an easy installation from the IT side. For employees, it means that Aurora's right where they need it, on top of existing tools and systems that they're already using every day, so there's no other website or application they need to go to get this advice. Employees will be able to easily converse with Aurora, ask questions, receive those nudges, and engage in meaningful conversation. Those conversations will be kept private. Employers are not going to see individual conversations employees are having with Aurora unless there's a safety concern. This helps us build into employee trust. And also, we have made it so that employers do still understand how their employees are engaging with Aurora. Through a managed service approach, we're going to create a custom dashboard for each client for Aurora. On this dashboard, we'll work with HR to make sure that they have the right metrics and measurements that make sense for their organization. We want to give them actionable insights that tell them how different parts of their organization are doing. Not only that, we're going to make sure that this data is available so that they can do something about it. We're going to make sure that each employer has a custom content and library of tools they can use to make sure their employees are getting the right messages at the right time. I'll now hand it over to Kyle to go through a bit of our go-to-market.
Thank you. So we see two potential competitors in this space, both legacy HR systems as well as HR tech startups. Now, these legacy systems, they're not trying to solve the engagement problem. They're focused on data collection, human capital, and spend management. They don't have an ability to actively engage employees, nor are they customized or proactive. With all that being said, we are not trying to compete with them nor replace them. We are a light touch tool that sits on top. Now, for these HR tech startups that are looking to solve the engagement problem, such as Perceptix and BetterUp, they're focused on empowering managers without actually directly connecting with employees. And we at OR believe that employee experience should not be dictated by the quality of your manager, and actually the only way to improve the engagement issue is through direct connection with employees. For our initial go-to-market strategy, we're going to be focusing on early career enterprise rotation programs, and that's because through market conversations and research, we know that they are feeling the pain and they are actively looking for someone to help alleviate it. Additionally, managers within these programs have their own P&L, so they have independent purchasing power. So our goal is to land here, grow with these programs, and then expand to other parts of the organization. And we're already doing that. We're already in conversations with Unilever who are excited to work with us and build out our MVP to help solve this issue. Additionally, we're early focused on enterprise sales because that's where we're comfortable and where we've had success. Specifically, our founding team, who is responsible for 31% of their former startup's enterprise revenue. Now, while we believe these rotation programs are a great beachhead, we don't want to stop there. We believe that OR can be effective for any organization with more than 500 employees, so we want to use these early career rotation programs to really demonstrate our effectiveness and then expand rapidly to the rest of the market. And there is a very sizable market, huge and growing, and it's also very acquisitive. In 2023 alone, there were more than 30 HR tech startups purchased, so we believe there's a variety of exits, both strategic and financial. Looking at the actual product itself, so based on competitive research, we're going to be using a list price of $18 per seat per month, but we've actually forecasted all of our revenue at $15 per seat per month for a net price based upon the discounting of software that commonly happens when it's sold at scale. Additionally, we're going to have a small one-time installation fee, as well as a 100-seat and 2-year minimum. We also wanted to call out that the average rotation program is 500 employees per year, so we don't foresee any issues with this seat minimum. Looking at the lifetime value of a product, we're assuming a standard 7-year lifetime for software, expanding from 100 seats to 5,000 over that period of time, generating $3.4 million, as well as substantial margins. But what I'd really like to call out here is that 340 number, because while we see scale at 5,000, we only need 340 seats to break even. And when we look at the costs themselves, it's mostly customer success, a bit of customer acquisition, and then some custom implementation.
Thank you, Kyle. So today we're seeking an investment of $250,000, which will give us 18 months of runway. It'll also put us in a position to work with what we call a luminary client, with whom we'll be co-designing the final pieces of our content and ensuring that we're focusing on the problems most pressing for both employees and employers. We've got a great tech team ready to build and are excited to use this as an opportunity to also iterate on our product. Now, our team is full of faces that are very familiar to us, and this is hugely intentional. We're very confident that in partnering with folks we've done this type of work with before, we're going to be able to build a best-in-class product. And we have a team of advisors that has deep knowledge not only of the product the problem that we're trying to solve, but as well as the customer we're seeking to serve. Now, when we think about the next 5 years, certainly we're excited to engage over 100,000 employees in over 50 different organizations. But the thing we're most excited about addressing is the broken rung, the crucial step from individual contributor to manager that is so often missed by underrepresented groups. We're very confident that in moving this number, we're creating pipelines for diverse talent to senior leadership positions. Our mission at OR is not just about boosting employee engagement or improving the level of employees that are experiencing attrition every year. It's about giving every young professional the opportunity to really succeed and create impact regardless of their background. I'd like you to picture a world where corporate leadership more accurately reflects the diversity of the global workforce, a world where leaders are able to rise based on the support that they receive at the right time. This is the world we envision. We hope you're as excited about it as we are and look forward to answering your questions.
Come on up, Liz.
I'll get started. My name is Rachel. My question is about barriers to entry. It would seem that they're quite low in this space. Could you comment on that and how you're going to overcome it?
Yeah, so in terms of barriers to entry, I would say you're spot on. They are few and far between. Could you actually take us to the ChatGPT slide? Yes. Thank you.
A lot, not few. I think there's a lot of barriers to entry.
I apologize.
Few barriers to entry. You're right.
Okay, sorry. Gotcha. I would say the thing that we think really sets us apart is our deep expertise and experience in having built in this space before. So I have been working in behavioral science nudging since 2018, and we've now engaged, I want to say we've sent close to 1 billion messages at Mainstay. And it's this deep expertise. We've also run over 10 different randomized control trials that I think really sets us apart. I think anyone can create a robot, but there's a really big difference between just creating a tool and something that really engages kind of that research-backed methodology that we personally created. I think ChatGPT has added a tremendous level of accessibility in terms of creating different types of chatbots, but realistically, the thing that's driving behavior change here is the proactive nudging component, and specifically our ability to build relationships, not just the chatbot itself. Tasha.
Is it working if it's red?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. Sorry, I thought it was going to be green for some reason. Could you, sort of to that end, could you help kind of lay out, so that I understand it, the connection between engagement and your ultimate goal of having leadership reflect the workforce? Because I think I'm missing a little bit of that piece of like, what does the ladder look like, and how do you measure success along the way?
Absolutely. Do you want to?
Absolutely. So when we're looking at how we're going to impact who we're going to impact, we're thinking about who's going to use this tool. Yes, we have created this tool so that all employees can use it, but what we've seen in past experiences with Mainstay is that more people who are impacted, who are first generation users and who are receiving, who are going to be considered needing that extra help and the impact there. So we expect that they will be able to use this tool and that they are going to be users of this tool more than other people. And so that's where we expect to see a big impact coming.
I think also in terms of how we define engagement, Gallup very frequently refers to that essentially as like the emotional connection that people have between their work and also their employer. In creating that relationship with Aurora, we're able to really kind of get in touch with the emotional experience in that workforce and start to build stronger feelings of connection, which ultimately will lead someone to persist and also ultimately be more successful in that role. There's some really interesting research studies that have been published around essentially sense of belonging and ultimately job performance, and that when people are put in positions where they feel frankly othered, it has a very negative impact on that individual's performance just due to kind of like the psychological safety factors that then come into play, and so we think that is a component as well.
Is it okay if I ask a follow-up? I would have thought that the connection would need to be with other employees or managers versus a connection with a bot. So can you maybe kind of speak to that and like how that emotional connection leads to success in the workplace? And is it like, can it be independent of your coworkers?
So I think there are kind of two pieces. I think Aurora in itself like feels very much like a person, and so I think it's very frequently hard to kind of separate the feelings for a non-sentient bot and the employer. But additionally, one of the pieces that we're actually engaging employees in is really thinking about how to build those connections with other individuals in the workplace. So one of our specific content areas is thinking about how to network within your own organization. While we recognize that Aurora is certainly acting as a mentor in many of these situations, while a bot can get 75% of the way there, obviously a human is going to be a better situation. Unfortunately, we're not necessarily able to provide a human to everyone, but we're providing employees with the tools to actually go out and build those relationships in terms of understanding how to find sponsors and mentors within the organization, as well as understanding kind of how to network with peers as well. Of course, in the back.
Hi. You mentioned it briefly during your presentation, but how would you address like the privacy concerns for the users? Because it sounds interesting, but as an employer for me to put in my business, but I'm sure a lot of the employees would be hesitant to like bare their souls, on something that's directly tied into like the enterprise software.
Absolutely. So data privacy is a hugely important concern for us, and we're really active in a lot of our introduction language in terms of how we're introducing Aurora to employees to ensure that people are really clear that your conversations with Aurora are fully confidential. Because the data that we're sharing with employees is very high level and fully in aggregate, our mission essentially as a company is to ensure that there's no circumstance ever in which an employee's employment is negatively impacted by our product. That's like one of the things that we decided on day one. It's part of our kind of key operating principles. And unless there's genuinely a situation where we believe that someone is planning to hurt themselves or others, there will not be any disclosure of conversations between employees and Aurora.
And like, how would you like communicate that to the user so that they would feel like comfortable using it?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I don't believe that we actually have our intro script directly in this pitch, but essentially both in like the first message Aurora sends, as well as when Aurora is engaging in questions that we know to be sensitive. So for instance, we have like a pretty extensive onboarding process for employees where we're asking questions about like what are their motivations for being at this company, what are their goals over the next year, and really kind of trying to dig in deep with the things that are going to allow us to really find out the most relevant messages for them. And every time we're asking those sensitive questions, we actually remind employees that it's a confidential space and that what they say won't be shared.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
My name's Lloyd. In the memo, you talked about success at Mainstay.
Yeah.
I'm interested in the founders and just describe the success you had there. And then you talked a bit about 14 million messages reaching college students. Talk a little bit about what you've done previously.
Absolutely. Could you grab the RCT slide? Yep. So Mainstay was founded by Drew Magliazzi and Kirk Delario back in essentially 2017. Kirk is a first-generation college graduate, and I joined as employee 9 back in essentially like very late 2017, early 2018. In terms of kind of our past success, so when I left Mainstay back right before coming to Booth, we had already engaged about 15 million users. In terms of kind of the past success of Mainstay, we've done over 10 different randomized control trials to actually demonstrate our efficacy. And like the book on summer melt, which is essentially when a student says they're going to college in the spring of their senior year, but something happens over that summer and they don't show up in the fall. The book on summer melt is actually just an extended book that's like about the RCT that we first did with Georgia State University. So the entire product journey was incredibly research-backed, and my initial role there was really thinking about how do we develop content for each individual university before I actually started a managed service operation within the company. That managed service operation was started actually essentially in response to the COVID pandemic, and within a year we represented over 35% of the company's revenue. And worked with people like the Common Application, the state of Texas, very large organizations and national partnerships. And in terms of the RCTs, a number that we see pretty consistently, you'll see that up the plus 3.9% enrollment. We've seen that both in enrollment and retention and across many, many different populations. And it's a big part of kind of how we've approached the kind of predicted ROI for OR. So in terms of like the break even for a company in engaging our services, it's under that 4%. If we were to reduce attrition by under 4%, they would already get a break even on their contract, and we're confident that we'll actually be able to do beyond that with this product.
In the back.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is this working? Okay, here we go. Your mission is really commendable, and kudos to you for that. What I'm just trying to make sure I understand is it sounds like a lot of your experience has been in the higher education or even the K through 12 market. And certainly there are a lot of idiosyncrasies there between that and then the corporate sector. So with corporations having robust IT departments, especially these corporations that you're referring to in the Fortune 1000, what is to prevent them from just doing this themselves? And then also just can you talk a little bit about just kind of what do you see as kind of the differences between the education market and just the Fortune 1000 market?
Absolutely. So I think the expertise around behavioral science and nudging is really kind of what we bring to the table that a Fortune 1000 company is not necessarily going to have in-house, and specifically thinking about that parasocial relationship development piece. So that is actually something that I developed personally at Mainstay, and it's unique to essentially how I approach creating impact with this type of product. I apologize, could you repeat the second part of your question?
So what other idiosyncrasies do you see
between the two?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's really like, so we are very much engaging HR professionals to learn some of these things. I think like while we very much understand the relationship building, especially with individuals that still don't have what we'll call a fully cooked prefrontal cortex, so individuals under 26 are much more easily moldable with this type of technology. That's like a real specialization that we have. And we think that's essentially harder to develop than the HR knowledge. And so we are leveraging essentially a network of extensive HR professionals, as well as working with folks that are actually in kind of our target market. So for instance, one of our advisors is Tyler Switsky, who actually runs the North America Future Leaders Program at Unilever. And so we're really kind of leveraging their knowledge in order to fill those gaps with the understanding that it might be a deficiency for us.
Great pitch and an exciting product. How do you guys think about selling into large organizations? Talk to us a little bit about that process. And then they'll all probably want some measurable ROI. So how do you think about that in the context of what you're providing?
Absolutely. So I was essentially like the closer for our large enterprise sales at Mainstay. And I am really hoping that selling into Fortune 1000 companies isn't quite as bad as selling into the federal government. That's really my hope these days, but you never know. So I think like the experience of the higher ed sales process is very similar to selling into very large enterprise companies, just in terms of like they have so many rules around IT integrations, and it's just a very long slog process. So that is by no means new to us, and it's really kind of the backbone of my sales experience, essentially. In terms of, I apologize, I'm again forgetting the second part of your question.
The measurable ROI.
Yeah, so attrition is definitely a number that's really easily understandable for them. So if we are thinking about a like minimum size implementation where it's only 100 seats, all they need is 2 seats to stay for us to actually break even. Could we grab that slide on cost of retention? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I actually think it's now lower than 2 seats because we did recently lower our costs. But replacing a talent is incredibly expensive. It costs over $120,000 actually to replace one of these employees. And so when we think about kind of that contract cost versus that cost, we think there's a really clear ROI. Yeah.
Out of time. So, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Judges ready? Okay, great. Our next team is NOSA.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalie. I am joined by my co-founder, Fabio, and I'm going to talk about our venture called NOSA. So there are 5 million multifamily residential buildings in the US, containing about 40 million housing units. In each of these units, there is one vacuum cleaner. It will last for about 5 years before it breaks down. At that point, 3% of people will repair it. For everyone else, their machines will end up in landfills, where their plastic parts will sit for hundreds of years, and their metals, such as arsenic, lead, and mercury, will leak into groundwater, pollute oceans, and air. It's not just vacuum cleaners. Latest data shows that Americans toss more than 2 million small appliances every year, a figure that has quadrupled since 1990. And it's not just landfills either. 42% of total US greenhouse gas emissions were generated in the process of extracting resources, transporting materials, and producing these items that we almost instantly throw away. Let me tell you something embarrassing. I have owned 4 vacuum cleaners in less than 10 years. So we are all part of this trend. But I don't blame myself or you as consumers, because we currently don't have any option other than buying the items that we need. And that is where NOSA comes in. NOSA is a for-profit company with a social mission at its core. That mission is to reduce the number of things that people throw away. And we will do this by placing smart lockers in the lobbies or common areas of residential buildings. These lockers are going to be filled with infrequently used household products. And the objective is that residents of the buildings will borrow what they need instead of everybody buying their own things. Once we install a locker in a building, residents will get access to an app, which has 2 main features. First, we have the NOSA tab. This is where residents can see our inventory, choose what they want to borrow, and select the time slot they need it for. They will then receive a QR code which they can scan at the locker to get their item. Through our customer discovery conversations, we have learned that people are mostly interested in items from 5 categories: hosting, kitchen, cleaning, entertainment, and miscellaneous. So our inventory is going to contain items such as carpet cleaners, blenders, folding chairs, board games, toolboxes, etc. The second feature of our app is called Community. And it is a marketplace-style platform where residents can ask for or offer items that we don't currently have in inventory. So that, for example, when someone needs something very specific, like say a soccer ball, they can go to the app and see if any of their neighbors has it, and if they find it, they'll generate a request, and then the person who has it will drop the item off at a designated drawer in the locker from which the borrower will pick it up at a convenient time. We believe this feature is key to our service because it allows us to create more stickiness with users, as well as give us very valuable data on what people want, which allows us to improve our inventory at new locations. So who is this for? Our target user is anyone who's renting an apartment. Our value proposition for them has 4 main pillars. First, savings from skipped purchases. Second, still getting access to new and entertaining stuff without needing to own it. Third, having a clutter-free apartment. And fourth, having access to all of this placed right where they live. We believe this value proposition resonates with many different demographics. Our user may be the young adult who loves to host but doesn't want to own a million things because they are moving soon, or the parent who cannot fit a single new toy in their apartment. We have spoken with over 50 of these target users to understand what they thought about a service like NOSA. What they've told us is that clutter at home and money spent mindlessly is indeed something that bothers them. And that is reflected by the fact that 46% of them are unhappy about the number of things that they own. They own too much. We are also running a very small pilot in the building where I live, where we are renting just 4 items to my neighbors. And what we wanted to do with this tiny pilot was to understand if people would actually use it, would people pay for it even. And we've seen positive results. As you can see, 7% of my neighbors have used it. And I just want to clarify that these are not my friends. I don't know my neighbors. I'm not getting them to use it. But we've seen some success, and we've even had a couple of instances where someone tried to rent something, but it was already being used by someone else, so we couldn't do it, which sheds light on how important inventory management is going to be for us going forward. But at this stage, it just shows that there is demand. So to recap, people are unhappy. Our pilot shows some success. And some things we've heard from people, such as this quote that says, most of these things are hard to rent or borrow on short notice, show that there is an unmet need. At NOSA, we want to close that gap. At this time, we've encountered only one company that is doing it already, and it's called Tulu. Tulu is our direct competitor. It came out of MIT's DesignX incubator in 2018. and they're currently operating in 30 cities along the US and Europe. They offer on-demand access to appliances, grocery staples, and electric scooters. And we are first and foremost thrilled to see that buildings are interested in an offering like this. And although our offerings are similar, there are important differences, such as the size of our inventories or the exact items that we carry. But I'm not going to get into all of this now, so let me just talk about the two biggest differences. First one is that Tulu targets Class A buildings, whereas we are going to target Class B. The difference between this type of buildings is basically that Class A are newer and have higher-end amenities, but the reason why we're targeting Class B is because we believe that our value proposition resonates more strongly with people living in these buildings who have lower disposable incomes and smaller apartments. The second big difference is in our business models. Tulu has a direct-to-consumer pay-per-use model, where residents pay an hourly fee every time they borrow something from the locker. What we're trying to create is an amenity-style model, where the buildings are going to pay us to install and operate the locker, and then all residents can use it. Our model is going to result in higher use of the unit, consequently creating more environmental impact. Let me expand on that last point. We are a B2B company. Our clients are property management companies, and we have spoken with about a dozen managers here in Chicago to understand their thoughts on paying for something like Nosso. What they've told us echo what we see in the news, which is that owners and companies are constantly looking for innovative amenities to attract and retain residents, particularly as housing supply increases in top metro areas and the market gets more competitive. That leads us to believe that there is willingness to pay for something like Nosso, which brings me to our unit economics. We will get about $32,000 in revenue per locker per year. That is driven by a monthly fee of $2,600, which is a weighted average, since the exact price that we will charge each building is going to be driven by the number of units that they have. Now, operating each locker costs $14,000 per year. That includes maintenance, utilities, and overhead, leading to a contribution margin of $17,000. Now, we expect to sign 3-year contracts with buildings and to have a 70% renewal rate, meaning that we will stay at each building for about 5 years on average, leading to a lifetime value of $19,000. Finally, we need to account for fixed costs, such as building the lockers, buying the inventory, as well as customer acquisition costs, which include a sales team and marketing budget, resulting in an operating margin of $56,600 per locker. With these numbers, we will reach profitability in 2027. As you can see, operating profits are actually positive starting next year, but our aggressive growth strategy, where we're going from 3 buildings this year to 300 in just 5 years, requires us to hire a talented team of employees, which delays positive EBITDA a couple of years, but gives us a solid foundation to grow from. At this point, you might be wondering, is a B2B model really the correct thing they should do? Will buildings really pay for this? It's a question we've heard a couple of times. And although our research, our customer interviews lead us to believe that they will, we know that in reality, this will only be tested on the ground, which is why we're running a pilot this year where we're going to test 2 different business models in 3 buildings. Buildings 1 or 2 are going to have the B2B model I've already explained, where buildings will be paying us. At a 3rd building, we're going to try a subscription model, direct-to-consumer subscription model with a freemium feature, meaning that we will give all residents access to 2 borrows from our lockers so that they can test it. And if they want to use it more than that, they can sign up for a $20 a month subscription. Our purpose with this pilot is twofold. First, to again show that there's demand, to quantify it, to get metrics so that we can show new clients. And second, just to understand how popular our subscription model is. If we can get 55% of residents or more to sign up, then that model becomes just as profitable as the B2B, meaning that it would be worth to pursue both of them or to potentially try a combination of them. So we do want to be flexible with it. We're asking for $200,000 for this pilot. That money is going to go towards building the lockers, installing them, developing the app, and running the operations. This is our team. I am about to graduate with an MBA from Booth, and my partner is an architect working in commercial and retail architecture. We are both driven by the desire to build something that matters, and we are currently looking for a CTO to help us with the more technical aspects of the operation. To wrap up, I just want to mention again how much harm our consumption habits are causing the environment. Although a lot of metrics related to climate change are hard to quantify, and we are still working on how to best track our social impact, we know with certainty that Nosso is going to help people drive down their consumption. It is going to reduce the number of things that are sent to landfills, and it is going to help make the sharing economy mainstream. Thank you.
Which property managers have you talked to, or how many have you talked to who would actually pay for this? What's your indication that they would?
Yeah, we've spoken with 6 property management. We've spoke with people from Greystar, from people with, I'm blanking on the name, it starts with an A. But 2 of them were really, really interested in us reaching back out again. We were telling them this is just, that was like, we were working on SNVC, we are trying to get funding, and they told us, please reach back out again. We are interested in continue speaking with you. So those are the 2 buildings who we're gonna try to start the pilot with. So we will be contacting them again soon. In terms of paying, can you go to slide? Sorry. Well, I forgot. So they told us that they could put this either with rent, so like they would increase residents' rent $10 a month to cover the costs for this. Someone mentioned, no, that's not the one, it's fine. That's the one.
Sorry.
So the price, it basically comes out to $120 per unit per year. So there's a few options. They can, like I said, raise rent per building. They could raise utilities, like someone mentioned they could put it with like the trash fees, which we didn't think made a lot of sense, but they said they could do it like that. Some buildings have an annual amenity fee. They could also put it there. Or finally, they could just pay it for themselves. One building did tell us, we have amenities budget. Like we have our own budget that we can just dedicate to this, which they typically use for repairs and stuff like that. So there's a few options in like ways in which they could pay for this, and those were brought up by them. They were like brainstorming with us, how could they pay for it? So they were interested in it. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. So just could you clarify the practical aspects a little bit more? So the building pays a fee, and then the user, do they pay something? They put down like a deposit to cover the cost of the item, or how does that work? Sorry if you mentioned it before, I didn't catch it.
No, that's fine. So no, if in the B2B model, it's just the building paying a fee. Residents wouldn't pay anything. They would get it for free as an amenity in their building. If your next question is going to be, are they going to take care of the things if they're not paying anything? We have a couple of things in place that we think are going to help them take care of it. For example, we ask them to take a picture of the item before they place it in the locker. And even if we never see those pictures, we know that just from behavioral science, the fact that you think someone's watching you makes you behave better, so you'll take care of it. We also make them take a very quick survey when they check out an item to tell us how they find it. Is it not missing any pieces? Is everything okay? And then we do have some rules, like if they don't return an item, we contact them, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be paying.
Yeah, I'll tell you an anecdote later. I don't want to take up any time, but which is going to be interesting for you guys to hear.
Okay.
Right.
I'll find you for it. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Just to follow up on that, when you spoke with the property management companies, did any one of them discuss maybe them doing it themselves and inventorying a few things and providing it to their tenant? Has anybody tried it? Just doing that within the property management companies?
Yeah. So we found one building that had it. They had like a little storage room where they had board games and a couple of cleaning products, and it was beautiful. They told us that it was great when they started. Everything was pristine. But as months went by, some pieces were lost from the board games, and things got broken, and eventually it was just a lot of work for their maintenance teams. You know, a lot of cleaning crews of these buildings are third parties. So, they asked them, could you please take care of this as well? But they weren't really taking proper care of it. And a lot of these buildings, they're really strained as it is. They need to take care of their barbecue areas and pools and all these amenities that they have, bigger amenities that require a lot of maintenance, which is why we don't want them to do anything. We are going to run the operation. We are in charge of things being clean. We are in charge of nothing getting lost or whatever. So they liked that. They were like, okay, we've tried this before. It was a lot of work. 10 residents didn't love it because things kept getting broken or stolen. But that's why we'll do it ourselves. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm wondering, unless you touched on it, the actual items that are available for use, are you all purchasing those, or are those Okay, so you're nodding. So I guess maybe a question I would offer is, it also seems like there'd be an opportunity to have the companies that produce those partner with you and just provide those. I know it is the creation of more new items, but I think there's a value, like if you're targeting the B, sort of the Class B apartment buildings or whatever, like also there's different phases of life where people like would rather rent versus own something. And so this is all getting at kind of like the cost of operation felt high to me. And I'm just wondering if like there are other ways that you can bring it down where it's not on you or the apartment management companies or the tenants to have to, pay for your model in that level.
Right, for sure. So we do want to explore partnerships with brands that we carry in inventory. And you're right. I mean, we really care about reducing the amount of trash that it's produced right now when people are renting. But we know a lot of them are going to go on to move to houses. And at that point, they'll buy all these things again. What we're trying to do is, one, to avoid them buying them in the first place right now when they're renting. And second, to give them access to quality brands. So we don't want to carry like the cheap vacuum cleaner that costs $20. We want to carry a good brand vacuum cleaner, which provides spare parts and that really cares about making their product last forever or as long as possible. So those are the brands that we're going to partner with so that we can carry those brands, introduce customers to those brands so that they can then, when they go on to buy their own things, buy those brands. And the partnerships that we want to create with the brands are to get bulk discounts from them. So I think we will still pay for the inventory, but we hope to get really steep discounts on it because in turn, we could provide them with data on who's using it and what they feel about the product.
Yeah, and I would just push you. I'm more in the nonprofit space, and also I think a lot of these brands would like think of this as marketing, and might not either give it to you for free, or like you could charge them for space in it, depending on like the access that you're creating. So again, just for your cost model, I would consider not assuming that you have to pay somebody to get those items into your buildings.
Right. Yeah, that's a great idea. We'll explore them charging for the space. Thanks. Yeah.
At the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned that the marketplace model you thought was important for creating stickiness. Can you help me understand why you believe that to be the case? And does that suggest that that needs to be successful in order for the business to be successful? Because it didn't sound like that towards the end of the presentation. So help me understand.
Right. So we think it's crucial to create stickiness because first, our inventory is going to be limited. I mean, our standard inventory contains 22 items. The largest one is going to have probably 60 items tops. But there's a broad range of things people need. If there's any booths here who live in like MPP, the buildings where all the booths live, they're constantly asking for and borrowing and lending items that I would never think of putting in my locker. So like a cooler, because I need to go to the beach this one time, and this one very specific thing that I need. So we want to create that model that exists right now in close communities such as Booth in all buildings. Because like I said, I don't know my neighbors. People don't know their neighbors anymore. We think it's like very valuable to create that space. And we think it's sticky because we are going to ask them at the beginning when they sign up to list all their items that they would be willing to lend their neighbors. So that's already putting in some like data, information. They're doing something for that. I don't think it's crucial for the business to work. I think it's a very nice addition, a very nice thing to have. I think it helps a lot because of what I just mentioned. But I could envision it working even without it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thanks. Really like that you're trying to reduce consumerism. I'm just trying to understand, like, how large are these lockers, and are you finding any pushback from the building owners or developers that you spoke to about just them not having space, or that space that they do have, they would like to use as renting for storage to their to their tenants?
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. So we've heard that. So one building told us, "I love it. I just don't have the space for it." Because they were assuming it would maybe be something like the U-shaped thing that I'm showing like over there, which would take a lot of space or something bigger. But this is from our supplier. There's so many ways in we can design it. We could do like the bottom left, just like a wall. We need a wall, or we need a lobby. We need the laundry room. Just like we could fit this in a lot of places, and it's modular if you want to add on that modularity part of it.
Right. So basically, we're going to we can custom this as we want, height, width, and length. So we're gonna, whichever building we're talking to, we're gonna talk to them first, of course, see the space that we have available, and then from then we just talk to a supplier and arrange the specific locker for that location. Also, we noticed that some locations might not even have the space or just have a room. So in that case, we'll just work with them to do something that's not necessarily a locker, but maybe shelves with some kind of like locks to keep everything locked and put our system into the shelves instead of having the lockers. But yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ways in which we can adjust it for each building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you talk to me about the daily checks that you propose on these lockers and how this maintenance person is going to clean the KitchenAid or swap it out or clean the vacuum cleaner? Is there access on site? Do they have these items? What if it's a...
Yeah. So that's a little graph showing that. We'll have daily routes. We're going to have a maintenance employee go check on each building every day. And they'll swap kitchen items that have been used. So every night, a route is going to be designed. We're going to be like, okay, the KitchenAid was used in this building, the blender, the air fryer, whatever was used. Please swap it. The maintenance person doing the checks will see that. They'll know which items to swap, and we'll have enough for them to take the one that's being used and potentially is dirty and requires a thorough clean. So I'll just swap it and then take it all back to our warehouse where it's going to be deep cleaned. It's going to be repaired if something's loose or needing like some maintenance. And yeah, that's what. So they're only bringing out kitchen items that require the most thorough cleans. For everything else, they're doing it on the spot. They're just checking to see everything's okay. So yeah, we expect them to take like an hour and a half per building doing this. Yeah. Yes.
Have you estimated how much landfill space you can save per building, for example, and then how that might scale at the level of a landfill?
Yeah, so that's what we're working on. We haven't estimated it yet. It's going to be very interesting to do it. We're still trying to figure out exactly how, so we need to, like a proxy is going to be the number of people that use an item for the very first time. That's the proxy for the people who didn't buy it to begin with. So we can then start coming up with a number, but I'm gonna love to see it once we do have it. What we do have, I spoke with, there's a nonprofit called the Chicago Tools Library, which they basically do something very similar, but they have a physical location, so you have to drive to where they are and borrow, and it's nonprofit, so you pay what you can. I spoke with them, they're great, and they have a carbon emissions calculator for their surveys that they sent me, so we're also working on that to sort of estimate our impact better. Thanks.
Just one question and an observation. So this sounds like something that would be really, really attractive in a very dense populated area where you have some indication that people have a sensitivity to climate-friendly activities. I guess my number one question is going to be, what is the single metric that you're going to be keeping an eye on the first 18 months or so to let you know that this thing is actually working, has legs, and can scale to the next metro area?
Yeah, that's great. So I think that if I had to think of a single metric, would be number of uses that we obtain for each item versus the number of uses that an item typically gets. So just to expand on that, things break. These things, like today, 2024, break because we're not properly caring for them. So we don't disassemble our blender and clean everything every time we use it or every 10 times. That's how you're supposed to care for these things, but we don't. So we know that each item that we're carrying in inventory is going to have a much longer lifespan than they currently do. So I think that's our most important metric to quantify our impact.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Out of time. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So judges, please fill out your feedback forms for Nassau, and then we will have a break, and we'll come back for the next pitch at 10:45.
fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, put your hand to the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
It'll be fine. Don't worry. Don't worry.
What do you want to track?
The E and the L, the logo looks funny.
Oh. Hoping when it goes full screen it'll actually think. Zero problem. Oh, no, sorry. It was just maybe it's just because it's not your problem.
Oh, okay. Just the
Yeah.
PowerPoint thing was.
You ready to go? Okay, welcome back. Our next team is Blue Line.
Amazing. Hi, everyone. My name is Lorenzo Ramirez, and I'm the founder of Blue Line. I'm currently earning my MBA here at Chicago Booth, but before business school, I spent 5 years working in national politics on presidential and Senate campaigns, most recently as the statewide organizing director for Senator Mark Kelly and the Arizona Democrats. So Blue Line exists because the Democratic Party has a talent pipeline problem. Each November, every election cycle, between 10 and 15,000 campaign staff immediately become unemployed and lose health insurance right after Election Day. And right now, there is zero infrastructure to retain staff between cycles. On average, staff are unemployed for about 6 months. And for a lot of folks, this cyclical unemployment is unsustainable, and thousands of talented and diverse staff are leaving the industry as a result. This creates a hiring shortage for campaigns in election years because the talent pool has shrunk, and the people who remain in that talent pool are largely those who can afford to be cyclically unemployed. And so the result is understaffed leadership teams who fail to reflect the diversity of the electorate that we seek to engage. And so this problem is fundamentally an equity issue, because the way this industry has been designed has made it so difficult, if not impossible, for our staff to see a way to build a long-term career in politics in a financially sustainable way. And this has enormous costs to our staff, our party, and our democracy. For our staff, this is a missed opportunity. We are depriving those who cannot afford cyclical unemployment of the opportunity to pursue a political career. And for our party, there are financial costs. We estimate that the replacement costs of all the staff we've lost in the battleground states will exceed $5 million in 2024. But greater than that are the worst electoral outcomes. Because when you lose that staffer, you're not just losing that person. You're losing their institutional knowledge, their political relationships, and the trust that they've built in local communities. Those are the things that persuade voters and win elections. And when our campaign staff don't reflect the diversity of the electorate, this undermines our ability to craft and execute a winning strategy that will actually resonate with voters. And so to win tough races, we need top talent. And so Blue Line's mission is to develop the next generation of Democratic leaders and make it possible for them to build a long-term career in politics. Our solution is a competitive year-long fellowship program to retain and develop high-performing campaign staff who aspire to pursue careers in politics by matching them with paid, salary-subsidized roles with mission-aligned employers between election cycles. And when we look at the existing initiatives across the ecosystem, none solve the retention piece of this problem. They don't provide short-term jobs between campaigns, and some of them only focus on training. And when we look at what's happening on the other side of the aisle, Republicans are prioritizing this problem, and they're outspending us by more than 4 times. And so this is how Blue Line works. Fellows will be admitted through a 3-step process. Staff will apply in September of the on-year. Blue Line will do the vetting and conduct first-round interviews. And from there, employers will conduct the final round and have the final say on who is joining their organization. And so from these conversations, we've identified several key challenges across employers. Oh no. Okay. And so from these conversations, we've identified several key challenges with employers. And from these employers, we have gained that these organizations have a lot of important work to do between election years. They want to grow their teams, and yet they don't have the resources to do so. And so Blue Line's value proposition to these employers is that they gain an experienced staffer vetted by Blue Line to lead on projects that otherwise wouldn't get done at a subsidized cost. And so campaign staff can offer many, many skills to these employers. And I think it's important to highlight the unique skill set that campaign staff can bring to these employers that would bring on a Blue Line fellow. The first I want to highlight is people and project management. Campaigns are really unique in that early on in your career, you gain a lot of people management experience. I know for me, when I was a week out of graduating from college, I was managing a team of 12 full-time staff. When I was 26, I was managing a statewide department in Arizona of 78 full-time staff. The second value add to these organizations is attitude. Campaign staff are scrappy. We are conditioned to do whatever it takes to win, and that goal-oriented mindset is a value add to any organization. And so we wanted to highlight here a partner employer who has verbally committed to Blue Line, Planned Parenthood. In conversation with their senior staff, they said they need strong managers in their state affiliate programs to run legislative advocacy programs in non-election years. They told us they've had a difficult time hiring talented managers. And so they're excited about Blue Line fellows being able to come in and fill these critical gaps. And already, we've identified 6 employers who have verbally committed to bring on a Blue Line fellow for our pilot. And so here's what the Blue Line could look like in practice. Amber is currently a deputy director on the Biden team in Arizona. She wants to stay in campaigns. And if she became a Blue Line fellow, we could place her with Planned Parenthood in Arizona, and she would be ready to take on the critical role of organizing director in Arizona for the midterms. But if Blue Line doesn't exist, Amber might leave the industry next year. And so our vision for Blue Line is to retain the top 20% of battleground state talent by the next presidential election. And so to do that, diving into our business model. Blue Line generates revenue by charging employers a flat administrative fee to hire and onboard each fellow. As you can see here, our Tier 1 employers are for-profits and larger nonprofits, and they'll pay a higher fee than our smaller nonprofits, which are Tier 2 employers. And this revenue is crucial because it will fund the core non-subsidy costs for Blue Line. As you can see here, by 2026, our revenue will outpace our non-subsidy costs. Our core non-subsidy costs include staff to manage employer relations and admissions. In 2024, we'll only need part-time staff since our pilot will be small, but we'll bring on full-time staff in 2026. Other costs include fellow career development, legal fees, and branding and marketing to support our growth. And in addition, as a part of our go-to-market strategy, we will offer salary subsidies to all employers through 2028 to offset the cost of bringing on a Blue Line fellow. And we're actively fundraising for this through conversation with the national committees and individual Democratic donors. And so in the ramp-up period between now and 2028, these subsidies will fuel our initial employer acquisition and growth. And we are confident in our ability to fundraise for this based on initial conversations with funders. Beyond 2028, as we start to gain credibility, employers have started to see the value of fellows in their organization. We plan to reduce or phase out these subsidies to support the sustainability of the organization. And our employer customer discovery supports this model. In fact, one of our Tier 1 pilot partners has already told us they wouldn't need a subsidy in the long term if the fellowship pilot goes well. And so, starting in 2030, we could phase out subsidies for Tier 1 employers and only provide subsidies to our Tier 2 smaller nonprofits. I met with Roger Lau yesterday. He's the Deputy Executive Director of the DNC and one of our advisors for Blue Line. And in conversation about this subsidy phase-out model, he said this creates longevity to solve this problem in a way that no other, and they do externships at nonprofits. And lastly, similar to these progressive talent initiatives, we will offer a discount to employer partners in our ramp-up period. And so this all starts with 2024 and this election year. Our vision is to launch the pilot program this year. We feel a lot of urgency doing so in an election year. And so our goal is to match 10 fellows with 10 partner employers. And we've already identified 6, and we're focusing on securing the final 4 this month. And so just to highlight some key milestones here, our goal is to launch Blue Line around the DNC convention when there's a lot of excitement around the election. We'll launch the application in September, and then fellows will actually start in January of the election of 2025. We'll start career development at that point for the rest of the year. And then on the back end, we will directly connect our fellows with campaigns staffing up for 2026. And so here is our founding team and several of our key advisors. Senator Heitkamp is here with us today in person. And we feel confident that we have the campaign experience, the political network, and the business skills necessary to drive this initiative forward. And on a personal note, I feel a deep responsibility to solve this problem. The morning after the 2016 election, I woke up shocked, and I told myself I needed to invest all my energy into domestic politics. So that morning, I applied to work for my senator at the time, Elizabeth Warren. I started out as an intern in her Senate office and landed a job on her re-election campaign, where I discovered and fell in love with organizing. But when that first campaign ended, my circumstances were rare and highly unusual, because my boss happened to run for president right away. And so I didn't face that unemployment gap that so many of my peers confront. But if she hadn't run, I absolutely would have left this industry. I'm the first on both sides of my family to go to college, and there's no way I could have afforded to be unemployed for more than a couple of months. After running campaign programs across the country, I've seen firsthand how this talent pipeline issue has become too big of a problem for our party to ignore. And my firsthand experience with it drives my motivation to solve this problem. And so we are raising $300,000 to launch this pilot. This includes the one-time seed capital of $50,000 to launch the core business, and then salary subsidies of $250,000 to cover the subsidies to match our fellows with employers. And so, in sum, Blue Line fellows will become the party's next state directors and campaign managers, and investing in Blue Line now will shape our ability to build the bench and win in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Thank you. Yes.
So thank you so much. It sounds like you're solving for 3 problems, 3 gaps. Yep. One is the unemployment situation where folks fall off and they don't have a job after a certain amount of time. One is the diversity issue of making sure the staff is diversity. Yep. And the third is the quality issue of making sure there's qualified staff on these campaigns. Yep. Is it possible to rank those? Do you consider them in order, or yep. Are they all equal? And then secondly, other than your personal story, which is extremely compelling, do you have proof points that this will work?
Yeah, I have a lot of folks on Zoom watching this who definitely would say yes to that second part. So I would say on the first part, I would rank equity as number one, quite frankly, because I think that feeds into the talent piece, right? Like we need our teams to reflect the folks that we're trying to turn out to vote. I think the employer need piece, however, has been the primary focus of our customer discovery over the past couple of months, because we want to make sure that we are solving for exactly what our employers need. And then I think on the second part, on the proof point, I can speak from my personal experience. Last cycle, I managed the team in Arizona at a 78-person department. My team was unemployed on average for like 8 months, if not longer, the average staffer. And many of those folks, I think I was talking to some folks the other day, like only about a tenth of the people from my team are working this cycle. And so the attrition is really, really extreme. So, yeah.
Question, how do you overcome, you're trying to solve a problem because a campaign goes for 6 months.
Yep.
You want to keep the talent available. You go to an employer and a year and a half later, you tell them, I need a 6-month break. So tell me how this works, because it would seem to me that would be hard for the employer to have put somebody in a responsible position and then say, take a leave after a year and a half.
That's such a good question. And I think that has been such a focus of our customer discovery, again, talking to a range of employers across the ecosystem, if you go to that slide. And so we have the one with all the employers. Yeah. And so from those conversations with employers, we heard from them actually that, one, it wouldn't take more than a handful of months to get people up to speed, maximum. And again, I think campaign staff are uniquely suited to jump into an organization and hit the ground running. But I also think a lot of these employers here that we chatted with, they have told us that they have like short-term sprint projects in non-election years that they need help with. I think one example that comes to mind, obviously is the Planned Parenthood, but for example, League of Conservation Voters, they were saying that we collect a ton of data in election years, and we need to analyze that data in non-election years to inform our strategy for next cycle. That's actually a project that just lasts, that year. And so a lot of these organizations have told us they have work to get done that would fit, the timeline length of this fellowship. So, yeah, and it wouldn't be too disruptive. Yeah. Yes?
This is more a comment than a question.
Yep.
Commercials that I saw where Home Depot hired Olympians. Every 4 years, and those people are going to be gone
Yeah.
for a little bit. So I just looked it up, and they said that they do it really as a way to help to motivate other employees. That these are people who are really disciplined.
I love that.
So it's a whole bunch of companies, UPS, Microsoft, McDonald's, HP. Look at that as a model, maybe
Yeah.
a little similar because of the 4-year cycle.
Amazing. I love that. Yeah. Yes. No.
Curious what you would say, any positives or good things that the other major political party is doing here, and then potentially a devil's advocate question, but why partisan versus all political parties?
I'm so happy you asked that question. So a couple of thoughts here. The first is, when so I've been thinking about this problem for a long time, for years working on campaigns. We've been, staff have been talking about this for, a long time. And when I started doing research on this project, I honestly worked a lot with the Institute of Politics and talked to a lot of Republican fellows who were coming in to visit the campus and talk to undergrads to understand what are they spending this money on, right? And from what I heard, obviously they're spending more than us, but a lot of their programs involve placing their staff in law firms, in think tanks, and so they already have a much more robust operation to do this. They've been doing it for a lot longer. And they have, again, a similar-ish model in that they have these partner employers who are willing to bring these folks on, and those employers also see the value of retaining this person to be effective next cycle. And so I do think, I wouldn't say we've taken direct inspiration from that, but it's noted that that's what's happening on the other side of the aisle. I certainly considered making this nonprofit. There were days, months ago where I was, considering that. I think, one, based on my personal lived experience. I think that is a very driving, motivating factor. But I think bigger than that, the Republicans are already solving for this, and so inherently it kind of has to be a partisan issue. I think also in this climate, with how polarized everything is right now, I really actually think it would be difficult to get this operation off the ground in a nonpartisan way. And in conversation yesterday, I was talking to Roger, again, one of our advisors at the DNC, and he's really excited about this potentially being a project of the party in a permanent way. And so I think that to me is a win-win. So, yeah. Yeah.
Is part of the subsidy to the employers to try to overcome the cost to onboarding a new employee? We just sort of learned about that by another pitch, as well as, is it just easier to onboard these consultants because of the friendliness of the issues?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think if we can go to the cost sharing slide. So in conversation with, I talked to a range of employers. So there are employers in the progressive ecosystem who their work is more cyclical, some are not counter-cyclical, and some are stable across election years and non-election years. And especially with the folks who are more cyclical, they have to ramp down their operations in non-election years, and so their budget obviously is more limited. And so, I heard from so many employers early on, they were like, we're really excited about this. We see the value of the staffer coming in. However, with our budget, we need this cost offset, at least in the beginning, to be able to, just a proof point that like this is worth investing in. And so that subsidy really came from employer feedback to us. I got a range of, folks saying, could you, subsidize it by anywhere from 20% onwards. And so our goal and the model that we've developed would save the average employer 25%. And I've heard from employers that that would be enough to bring on that person and make it possible. But again, going back to what I spoke about earlier with the longevity of the program, my goal is to be able to phase this out in the long term, or at least reduce it for the folks who absolutely need it, so that this can be more sustainable in the long term. Yeah, in the back.
So you did a good job, like in explaining like the virtues of hiring a campaign staffer. And so have you considered that maybe the employer wouldn't want to, like considering the cost and everything, wouldn't want to like release the employee back to the Democratic Party?
Yeah.
Or would they be like contractually obligated to return, or would they just be up to them after having invested all of this in the person?
Yeah, so definitely. That is something that has come up in both employer-customer discovery conversations and talking to staffers, because I can absolutely see a world in which, a staffer joins Planned Parenthood, which I've heard is like, that's a place people really want to work, and they have a great time, and the employer says, well, why don't you stay? And Blue Line, we can't force anyone to stay. However, on the front end, I think there's a couple touch points that are important. One, when we select the fellows, we are really optimizing for people who want and have demonstrated this is what they want to do, and so we're curating that pool on the front end. Secondly, we are setting expectations with employers in the beginning, and in all my employer conversations thus far have made this clear as well, that the goal and the point is that they ideally go back. That said, if someone has a phenomenal experience at their fellowship, they end up staying with Planned Parenthood or another organization, I still see that as a win because we've retained that person has retained employment. They've been able to stay in the broader progressive ecosystem, and my hope is that they would come back to campaigns perhaps the next cycle. So yeah, yes.
On the question of being partisan, I want to thank you for being partisan. Number one, and number two, you've got a great concept. So
thank you. I appreciate that. Yes.
So you're talking about steady state being at 250, and that's about 20%, you said, of the total population that will need help potentially?
Yeah, so for this ramp up period, I'm really focused on the battleground states specifically. And so that's why this 125 would be top 20% of the battleground state talent. If we expanded that nationally, that's where that larger number came from at the beginning. And when I think about the levers of growth for Blue Line, and just broadly, where I see this going in like 10, 20 years, especially if this is a permanent project of the party, which I feel confident it can become, the vision is certainly to expand beyond those states, of course, and we have competitive races in purple districts and red districts across the country. So yeah.
have a follow-up question. Have you thought about then scaling it, and do you need any technology, and have you considered that?
Yeah, I think at scale, again, once we are above, we're getting into 2028, we're going to need to start thinking about a much larger hiring platform for sure. Again, I think a huge advantage of this potentially being a project of the party would be that we would have the support, the institutional support of a much larger organization to do that. So that was actually something we talked about yesterday.
Thank you.
Yes, in the back.
A couple thoughts. First of all, we have a lot of ex-staffers that we've employed, and it's absolutely the case that you have a different and specialized skill set that is valuable to employers than employers who know.
Yep.
It's also really hard to get employers who don't know not to know. How dependent do you feel like you're going to have to be, at least in the early years, on the party in terms of lead generation?
Great question. Again, I think that I really see the ideal scenario for this existing as like in partnership with the party in some way to have the brand. The party did a program in 2020 called Organizing Core, which was again branded as a project of the DNC, and I think it just lended so much more credibility. I think on the employer side, going back to the slide with a lot of the employers I've been talking to, I really started with the core progressive ecosystem. This is also where I have a lot of my political network from the Biden team, the Warren team, et cetera. So I know folks at a lot of those places. Long term, and I think about how do we scale the number of employers, I see us potentially also going down the route of nonprofits, especially like in states that might not have a civic or explicit civic mission, but have a social mission. I think about like an economic empowerment nonprofit in Arizona that I talked to, for example, and they were like, talking to them about the skill set. Once I explained it, I think they were very receptive. So I see a lot of potential there. And then again, obviously, my experience is in organizing, so that is, the people skills, the management skills, et cetera. But this program would be for staff on all departments on the campaign. So you have really experienced voter protection staff, data staff, operations staff, and so I think those could be, desirable for employers as well.
One follow-up statement, and not even a question. I think you should consider, right? I know where you are in your journey, there is a point at which every person who's a campaign staffer decides that they're not going to be a campaign staffer anymore because it's really hard.
Yep.
And it's probably at that point that people who have been through your process will become really good full-time employees. And then the question is, what do you do with that graduation?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, and I think something we've also thought about is, could someone be a fellow multiple times? And the answer is definitely yes. I would love for that to be the case. But I agree, as someone who's obviously stepping out of the campaign arena for this election year, I know it's not a permanent long-term job, but again, a big part of Blue Line too is we want to offer career development for folks. And part of that career development is exposure to what it looks like, after I became a statewide organizing director, I was like, what's next, right? And helping people understand like that ladder and what that looks like. Maybe you go work on the Hill, you work at the DNC, you work at, you take on a leadership role at one of these organizations. So, yeah. Yes.
Have you looked at some of the larger, more progressive foundations that, because if you're doing it as a 504, some of them have more outreach to be able to do that, and the level wouldn't be that unobtainable?
Yeah, we have started to. Would welcome any thoughts and feedback on that, so happy to chat after. But we've started to. I think for me, I wanted to start making sure that all our bases were covered in like the strict political arena. But beyond that, like definitely open and interested in that. So, one more? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
I gotta go higher. That's okay.
Thank you so much. Oh, no problem. Vice President over programs, so I make sure that our grants for program areas align with our strategy and our priorities.
Good. That was interesting.
Please take one and
Congrats on Brown. Good luck in the interview.
All right.
Judges ready? Okay, great. Our next team is the Dev Difference.
Okay, welcome to your technical interview. You'll start with the paper in front of you, or we'll start with the question of design, an ebook reader similar to the Amazon Kindle. I'll give you a second to think about that. So I see a lot of blank stares. Maybe you're worried I might call on you, sweaty palms. Now keep that feeling and consider that underrepresented candidates are twice. Oh, the slides are not playing. Can we get this?
Text you. You have a little
Keep
more
thinking about
time
your
to
interview
think.
questions.
Keep practicing.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We'll run it back.
All right. Okay, hopefully your palms are still sweaty. I know mine are. Keep that thought and consider how underrepresented talent are twice as likely to be rejected in an interview. My name is Jované Carter, and I am co-founder and CEO of the Dev Difference. I've been a technical recruiter for many years. I've interviewed 7,000 plus candidates at companies like Google and other startups. And unfortunately, a lot of candidates just didn't have the preparation they needed to be successful in interviews. And I was so excited to be able to give people opportunities, especially people who look like myself, Kate, or my co-founders, Moyo and Jolene. I was so excited to give them the coveted software engineering opportunities at these top companies, but the interview skills just didn't match the technical prowess that they had prepared for. And Google isn't the only company that dealt with this issue. Other companies in the technical industry had issues in terms of being able to recruit talent that was from underrepresented backgrounds. And so as the tech industry starts to grow, unfortunately, companies aren't able to retain that talent and aren't able to hire people that are from underrepresented backgrounds. So we believe that there's a bottleneck issue at the interview stage, where underrepresented talent are more likely to get into the interview, but they're less likely to get the job offer. You might be familiar with things like unconscious bias or systemic barriers that affect underrepresented talent access to these jobs. And someone who's graduating, say, tomorrow can't fix that today. But what they can do is be properly prepared for interviews, and they can have access to the information that they need to be successful. So here again is the example of a technical interview. You have to strategize about the question, write good code, and communicate well. Some people can't even type and talk at the same time. So imagine trying to code and talk at the same time. It's very difficult, which is why the dev difference exists.
Imagine if job seekers could practice interviews anytime, anywhere, utilizing AI to boost their confidence and preparation. That's what the Dev Difference does. The Dev Difference is an AI-based mock interview platform. It is designed to prepare candidates for the complexities of interviews. We offer candidates a variety of technical roles and companies and enable them to tailor their practice. At our core, we emphasize building communication skills so that the candidates feel more confident and prepared during real interviews. At the core of our project, we ensure that the needs of underrepresented talent are prioritized, but our platform is built for everyone. With a live MVP already in use, we gathered some success stories. So let's now look at a real student who used our platform to land her dream job. Meet Amanda. She's a fourth-year computer science student at the University of Illinois, Chicago. She's the first-generation college student, and she applied to over 100 companies. She's very anxious going into the interviews. So Amanda progresses to the interview stage with several companies, and she is, as I said, she's very anxious, and now she has to face up to 7 rounds of interviews per company, both technical and behavioral in nature. To support students like Amanda, we would partner with career services and student clubs so that when Amanda seeks advice, she is directed to the Dev Difference for her mock interview practice. On our platform, Amanda will be able to practice questions like, tell me about yourself, and more technical and questions like design an ebook reader like Amazon Kindle. And now,
let's take a look at how Amanda uses our live platform. So she'll start by selecting the role that she's interviewing for. And she can choose from a variety of options, including product management, software engineering. Then she can select the interview track from behavioral to technical, or select the specific company that she's interviewing for. And we've generated questions that those companies use to interview candidates. Or she can also input her company that she wants to interview for, and we'll generate an AI pack that asks those specific questions for that company. Now, for this demo, we'll look at a technical interview, specifically coding, and look to see what an interviewer might experience and emphasize the communication practice. So it says, in order to find the second largest element, I think I want to start by deciding what an element is, an array is. Is that correct? And the interviewer replies by saying, yep, that's correct. And it reads through this transcript that you see here. So as you can see, the interviewer interacts with the interviewee, and you're able to communicate and practice the communication while you're also writing your code, just like you guys would have had to do earlier. And then once she submits her interview, she's able to see the different areas that she performed in. She's able to see the areas that she needs to grow in or things that she already did well. And we rate them based off of different criteria that hiring managers have told us that they use to rate candidates. She also walks away with action steps and a sample solution, so she can see what she could have done to improve for the next time. And on the career services side, the administrators are able to see exactly the points where students are struggling or where they're doing better so they can tailor their workshops. So we talked to a lot of career services, and we were like, is this something that you would be interested in? Do your students need this product? Is this an area that you don't currently have? And we heard from organizations like our alma mater that said, you're spot on. We don't have any tools for technical interviews. So that becomes a problem when over 10 to 15% of students that are graduating from these schools are going into technical roles. And just these schools that we talk to represent over 100,000 students. So you can imagine the scale of students on the global level, on a US-based level. So here are the partnerships that we've been developing. Since launching in October, we have an active user base of 150 users. And we've been developing these partnerships with organizations like Dartmouth College, Georgia Tech, Wellesley, University of Illinois, Chicago, and HBCUs like Morgan State. And we've seen a 46% month-to-month growth since this launch. And that's been done with zero marketing budget. That's just through our network, us knocking on doors, and us getting on the phone. And here is the vision of the full scope of what our product could look like. We don't want to just be an interview platform. We want to be a platform that job seekers can come to understand what they need to do to be successful in the interview process, in the entire job seeking process. We want to be a platform that sponsored employers can come to so that they can get auto-generated interview questions, connect with underrepresented talent, and specifically for employers who care about equity in their job search process, we'll be able to have those capabilities. And we also want to be able to use our data to refine AI models and become industry leaders in terms of candidate benchmarks in interviews, especially for underrepresented talent. And the green symbols are the things that we already have built on our platform, but you can see so many different areas that we can continue to expand.
Our go-to-market strategy will involve first we will utilize our existing connections at all alma maters. So we will start with Dartmouth, Duke, University of Chicago, and then we will build connections with women's colleges, with historically Black colleges and universities, and Hispanic serving institutions. As we grow, we will also connect with large public institutions, and eventually we want to reach all job seekers and tap into an $80 billion market. Currently, on the career prep market, we see two types of competitors. One specializes only in soft skills and interview techniques, but they do not cover the technical part. For example, Big Interview, and others focus solely on the coding and technical assessments, but do not support the talking and behavioral parts like Lead Code. Our solution combines both technical and behavioral parts, and it is designed to partner with career services and employer connection platforms like Handshake. Our target marketing efforts are already yielding significant results. We see that the users on our platform, 2/3 of our users are underrepresented by race, and half of our users identify as women. And now let's dive into the economics. We will be focusing on business-to-business strategy, selling to universities. This will allow us to impact a broad student range and ensure sustainable growth. We project an annual revenue of $8,000 per customer that is based on our customer discovery interviews of an average-sized university, but of course it will depend on the size of university. And after accounting for main costs, such as Azure costs and customer support, we anticipate a 70% contribution margin, which equates to $5,600 per university. And our contribution margin is then multiplied by our assumed lifetime value of 6.7 years and results in a lifetime value of $37,000 per university. Our customer acquisition cost is estimated at $5,000, and that's based on the salary of salespeople and their ability to manage approximately 25 B2B clients, and this gives us a strong 7.5 to 1 LTV to CAC ratio. And our projections are both ambitious and achievable. By 2027, we anticipate reaching our break-even point, and by 2029, our revenues are projected to be $4.5 million, our EBITDA $1.1 million, and we hope to achieve over 125,000 students.
So we are seeking $250,000 in financing for the next 24 months, and about 54% of that will be allocated towards scaling the sales operation, while 42% will be to support further engineering development, and the remaining about 4% will boost our marketing efforts to directly connect with students. And we will use this funding to reach 35 educational institutions and support 15,000 job seekers. We also plan to see nearly half of these job seekers be from underrepresented backgrounds. And this is why we're the team to do it. We have experiences across technical recruiting, software engineering, product management, and strategy consulting. This gives us the advantage to build our own platform and use our network in the industry to influence recruitment standards. And we are supported by a host of advisors with backgrounds across entrepreneurship, corporate finance, product design, impact investing, and marketing. And we want to just come back to Amanda for a second and point out that this is a real user who used our platform and found success. Although we changed a few details to make sure that she's private, but we want to make sure that we're having students walk away with job placement at top companies, understanding the interview process, and a renewed sense of confidence. And we can't wait to make a difference for millions of students. Thank you.
Your revenue is based on 8,000 per university, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
4.5 million 5 years out, that's 500 plus universities. Am I missing?
Yeah, that is, we're projecting 500 plus universities.
Okay. How many universities are there? I know there's 300 D1s, but
I
how many
can't
universities are there in America?
About 4,000 in the US.
Okay, thanks.
Yes?
Hi, thanks so much. It's a really great presentation. I'm wondering, on your business model, did you consider potentially like a pay for success or more like a headhunter analogous model where you are charging the tech companies for successful candidates versus going through universities? And why did you decide on the university route?
Yeah, great question. So we did a lot of research, especially early on, to understand what route will make the most sense. We talked to a lot of universities and career services, and they said that we don't have this product, we need something like this, and they just expressed a more willingness to pay, and they express more interest in being able to help multiple students. So with the university, we'd be able to help thousands of students. If we targeted employers, they hire on average like around 100 people, maybe per year. Smaller employers might hire less, but the big tech companies might hire, upwards of 10,000. But because they're not hiring as many candidates, we just wouldn't be able to serve as many people. And in addition to that, last year, especially when we were doing a lot of the customer marketing, the customer discovery, they were doing layoffs, cutting budgets. And so there just wasn't as much willingness to pay on that side, whereas universities, especially career service, they fundraise every year for career service tools and resources. And then on the consumer side, we didn't want to go direct to consumer because the LTV to CAC just was not there in early stages, although we definitely see it being something that can come into play later when students are like sharing with their friends at different universities and just word of mouth continues to grow.
Yeah, if I could just maybe offer a comment as a follow-up. That all makes a ton of sense. So I'm on board. And also with like your equity mission at the center, I imagine that, and I currently live in Silicon Valley where they're really bad at this. Like I imagine that like if you really want to achieve getting more underrepresented candidates in seats, like there's, especially as you prove your value, like you could probably take it back to the companies and say, like they would put a high value on getting ready candidates, basically served up to them. Yeah. And you're doing the hard work to make that possible. So
thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yes, Rachel. Sorry.
That's okay. One comment and one question. I'm a trustee at the University of Chicago. U.S. News and World Report rankings changed how you rank colleges. And one of the new ranking metrics is getting kids to and through the college experience, especially first-generation kids, especially those in STEM. So I think targeting universities and honing in on ones that have felt the pain over this new metric, I think would be a smart strategy. Second, how realistic are you about starting this business? Because I read who's committed, who's not committed, et cetera, and I wasn't convinced that you really can and are willing to make it happen.
Yeah, Well, thank you for your comment, and especially coming from you is really important. In terms of commitment, I'm currently full-time. I actually have dropped my course load to be part-time in order to be more full-time on this, and I would drop to one course if I needed to be able to finish this. To pursue this full-time. Jolene is currently full-time, although she's starting an MBA in the fall at University of Chicago, and so she'll be part-time then, but still be very committed to being on the team. And then Moyo, who's our technical lead, she'll be able to continue on part-time as an advisor if she needs to, but she is brilliant and builds really, really quickly. I don't know another way to say that. But that is part of the reason why we are asking for funding to be able to continue to hire additional staff, especially for sales efforts and engineering development. But I don't want to walk away with this without expressing that we're so serious about this. We actually started this before we came to Booth. I don't go to Booth, I go to Masters in Computer Science. But before I even got here and knew about this program, we were already doing this. And so we're super committed. Yes.
I like the idea, and I think there are a lot of ways to get students prepared for job interviews, and so. But I think you're also limiting yourself to one area of expertise. It's a big one, technology. Have you tested or thought about doing this for other types of STEM degrees or other degrees in general? And because I think the market, and with 4,000 colleges and universities, and as you know, we're losing about one a week right now nationwide. And so there's that market size. I wonder how you broaden your product line.
Great question. Could you go to the slide about the different universities and the different funding, like how many different funding we can do in one university? So to answer that question, we've been thinking about a lot of different things. When we first started this, the reason we called it the dev difference is because we can interchange dev with any other area. We can say the sales difference, the finance difference, the consulting difference, and just sort of take advantage of the entire market. We would love to do that. But we want to start and do it well in one place at once. And we all had technical experience. We knew this industry. We had network connections, so we just wanted to start here and do it well. But this is just sort of pointing out part of what you're touching on is like, how can you get multiple funding sources? So just for one of the colleges that is most interested in partnering with us, University of Illinois Chicago, which is a Hispanic serving institution, we could target multiple institutions multiple colleges in their school. So University Career Services are very decentralized usually. They're not all at one place and all the students go to one place, no matter if you're grad or undergrad. They actually usually are per college. So the liberal arts college might have a different career service than the business college and the engineering college. So we could actually sell to each individual college. And they usually don't talk to each other, although if we make a sale for one, we could say, oh, we already are selling to the College of Engineering, so liberal arts, we know some of your students are interested, partner with us, and it'll be a stronger pitch to the other college. Yes.
One comment, one question.
Thank you.
Comment number one, if you're not connected with AnitaB.org, which is the Anita Borg Institute for Women in Technology, you should be. I can fix that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And number two, and I see this a lot with early stage companies, you're thinking, okay, who are the big enchiladas in the thing? And as I'm sitting here listening to you and looking at your product roadmap, I'm thinking, what about DeVry Institute? What about community colleges where an $8,000 seems like it'd be something that somebody could write? So it feels, so let me ask my question. My question is, why did you consider starting at for-profit training institutions, community colleges, where perhaps your target demographic is in a higher concentration and has a higher need for the service? Had you considered that?
Yes, absolutely. And you can go to go-to-market strategy. Part of our strategy in terms of where we're starting with was where we had the most traction in terms of network connections. And so that was the people who we could immediately send one email to and get feedback from. But as we continue to grow and scale, we think community colleges and technical institutions would be the perfect place to start. We've done a lot of research on boot camps. We've done a pilot with a boot camp, and we met that pilot through Anita B's Grace Hopper Conference, so we're on it. We've done a pilot with a boot camp. We've investigated that area, and we definitely think it's something that we want to grow into. And we don't have limitations on where we're starting, so we're open to continuing that conversation. Thank you. Yes.
So if I understood correctly, you're already training people, right?
Yes.
Do you have any data on how effective the training is? Like, is there any data there where you have a better chance of getting a job?
Great question.
Yeah, I could take that. So right now we've been collecting testimonials, and we've seen 6 cases where people have been placed in a job after preparing with our platform. But there are other metrics that we're recently tracking on a dashboard around retention, like how often people are coming back to the platform to interview, and then also the interview success rate, like understanding when their interview is going to happen and asking them if they got the interview after, if they got the job after interviewing. And then the last metric we're tracking is progress trends. So we're seeing how they're doing across the different criteria over time so that they can then improve and get the job.
I'm going to ask a follow-up question to that because I'm curious, and proud alumni, I should say, of Wellesley College, so I'm glad you're targeting. And a woman that went into private equity in my 20s, so analogous problem. Yeah. But I'm curious if there's any third-party research particularly about the role that interview prep plays, because there's lots of barriers from a talent pipeline perspective and sort of success and retention in the business. So I'm curious if anyone has done third-party research on how important leveling the playing field is specifically for interviews.
You want to take that?
Yes, I can take that question. So we're basing this on a report of a diversity report from 2020, which shows that underrepresented talent are actually more likely to get the interviews, but they're less likely to get the offers. And we did the math for you, and you can see that the relative likelihood is twice. So that interview stage is where skilled candidates, especially from underrepresented talent, are losing their chance to get the job. Yeah.
Yes.
Have you heard of Braven?
Braven, is that the boot camp that's working with underrepresented talent?
Yeah, for first-generation college students to help them with their interview process and to get them jobs. I ask just because I think there are a number of organizations and institutions that aren't competitors, but are complementary to what you're doing. And I would encourage you Braven would be high on my list of folks to reach out to see if you can partner and figure out if you can augment each other's mission. So that's just one thing. And I'm sure there are other things out there besides Braven. But my question goes to how connected this is to career services. And does a student have to go to career services to access your product, and how much does career services know about how the student does in terms of whether they're doing well or not doing well? Yeah. And I ask that because I have 2 kids in college who I've tried to get to go to career services. Yeah. It's kind of like pushing a boulder up a hill. And then I have a 3rd child who would go, when she goes to college, she will go to career services, but she won't want them watching her do what she's doing on a program like this. So how connected is career services to this?
Good question. Okay, great question. And thoughts on Braven, we've done lots of research with nonprofits that we can connect with. We actually just got an introduction to someone at Braven, which is why I think I remembered that. And Jolene was just doing some work with Management Leadership for Tomorrow. So we're interested in the companies that we could partner with, nonprofits particularly. Do you want to address privacy? And then I can talk about how we're targeting students?
Yeah, I can definitely talk about privacy. So like you said, we know people might practice on the platform, but might not want career services to be able to see what they're doing. So we actually added a feature where a student per interview can go in and click, like make it inaccessible to my organization. And that way, no one but the student themselves can see what they have done on that platform for their interview.
And in terms of student engagement, you'd actually be surprised. About 98% of students go to career services in some form, so a workshop, advisement, et cetera. And we were shocked by that number too. Yeah. But then we realized, oh, we did go to that career fair. So that is technically a career service event. Yeah. However, we've been doing specific targeting, including peer-to-peer and sort of student clubs. Yeah. We've been doing workshops with clubs like Women in Computer Science and directly targeting student clubs so that students would understand and get to know about this and spread it to their peers. And that's been the most effective way that we've both targeted underrepresented talent and got students engaged. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. One of your initial targets is historically black colleges. I'm a trustee at Morehouse, and I know that from the side of the sensitivity to budget and the cycle of when things can be approved and online, for any college, and even University of Chicago, everybody's going through different levels of budget crunch and the additional. And then also when you talk about the targeting of raising money specifically for a program, there is there's a reasonable lead time to be able to be successful in doing that. Where are you in that cycle?
Yeah, great question.
If there's any specificity you can give with the specific target, particularly on the historically black colleges?
Yeah, great question. So historically black colleges, because we didn't go there, that's not our first network. So it's a bit harder to get the first connections to talk to them. So although we're still in early stages with them and we're sort of more later in terms of developing other partnerships, we're still really heavy. And the first salesperson we want, who actually we had a conversation with this weekend, is someone who would target, who has experience in sales with HBCUs. In terms of our outreach in that sales cycle, I worked previously in executive search for universities and have been able to sell over $2 million in procurement and just working with the procurement cycles for universities. So I know this area and can get a lot of advisement in terms of working with universities and their sales cycle. Because it's the summer, it's really kind of a planning and a networking season for us. But there are conferences that we're going to try to connect with more universities. And we're thinking more about how we can start to target and do some pilots for the fall recruitment season so that we can see student successes and get on the budget plans for January. And then they likely sign on with us, and then we'd have like a paid cycle by next fall. So that's where we are in terms of the sales cycles with the early career, with the universities that we currently have. We would love if you wanted to connect us with someone at Morehouse, or just continue to lend us your networks, especially at the institutions that we care about, to continue to see growth.
We are out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judges fill out feedback forms, and then judges' lunch is back in room 219. And for everyone else, we will see you at 1 o'clock for the next pitch.
quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah, but I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Great, we have all the judges in place right on time. So we'll take full advantage of that, and we're ready for our next team, Circularis.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Claudia, and this is my partner, Dania, and we're building Circularis. So before we start, I'd like to ask a question. How many of you here have been to Indonesia? 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. Okay. Now, where's the remote? I'm sorry. So, yeah, this is our country. Wait. This is our country. Very beautiful, right? But if we zoom into the urban cities, there are plenty of waste unmanaged everywhere. And this picture is typically situated in the lower to middle income residential areas where the households are not having the access to the big waste management company to take care of their waste properly. Therefore, they build a habit to throw their waste to the river or burn them. And there's also a fact that 80% of the household waste are being managed by the informal waste workers. These informal workers, waste pickers, scavengers, whatever you may call it, can be found almost everywhere in the street roaming collecting waste, alone or with their child. Who thinks this is not a problem? Exactly. So we started as a social movement back in 2020, and we were going to be a legal entity after 1 year after our first project. And we ran several programs that target the underprivileged communities. And one of the community is informal workers. And we found that, turns out that this occupation is a generational occupation. And this also checks out when we spoke to Fikri, a program director from USAID, where he had established a female waste workers empowerment program in Semarang, one of the biggest cities in Indonesia. And he said that most of them are doing this for generations because they don't know anything else to do. They don't see the opportunity to get out from the situation. And this picture was from us visiting the community of workers in the northern part of Jakarta. And I had a conversation with one of the mother in that community. And she said that they don't want her kids to go to school because they better be at home working, collecting waste with their parents. So we realized that this long-going problem needs a sustainable solution. So with Circularis, we're trying to create a sustainable solution not only for the individual, but also for the family, for the future generation. We're going to empower them, recognizing them as our agents, and supporting them during work hours. And we are also going to create a level of advancement for their career because we want them to see the opportunity to grow. Maybe we might find them at first roaming around collecting waste with their garbage bag. And after joining Circularis, we are going to provide them with our card. And they can also be promoted after a few months of working with us to use our motor cards, which will increase more productivity. And after a few months working with us, they also be eligible to be promoted to work in our recycling facilities. And we want to emphasize once again that during work hours, the children of our agents will be taken care of. If they are within the school age, we would support them to attend school. And if they're under the schooling age, we will collaborate with agencies to take care of their children. And this is basically our operating model. So we transfer household waste from the lower to middle income residential areas to businesses with circular economy principle through our agents, Agen Circularis. And we're going to acquire and manage the workers, and the worker will collect the waste from the household in one neighborhood, and the waste will be purchased by us, and we're going to sort and process them in our facilities and sell them as valuable materials to our local business partner. So let's talk about the market. So in Indonesia, there are 278 million people in 2024, and 20 million people are living in the top 5 biggest cities only. Let's take a look at Jakarta, the capital city. There are 2.8 million households living in that area, and 80% of them are living in the lower to middle income residential areas. And let's take a look at one area that has the most populated neighborhood, Utan Kayu area. This area has 132 neighborhoods and consists of up to 13,000 of households. And this neighborhood are being represented by a head of community. This head of community is elected by residents and responsible to provide public service for the residents in those areas. this is equivalent as an HOA in the US. And we spoke to one of the head of community in this area, and they said that they assign informal waste workers to collect their waste from the households because this is a cost-effective solution. And the problem with this is they don't have a formal agreement. There's no fixed schedule. So they can come and go as they want, not as the household need it. So with Circularis, we're trying to ensure the waste management service is guaranteed because the households and neighborhoods are our customer. So one neighborhood consists of up to 100 households, and we are going to assign 2 agents to work collecting waste within this area. In this operation, we're going to generate up to $3,000 of revenue per year per neighborhood. And we're going to allocate the cost for purchasing the carts for agents, managing the infrastructure of operation facilities, and the operating expenses. And we're going to provide monetary benefits for agents. And we also allocate the rest of them for management, like marketing, quality assurance, and agent management. And we're going to split the business into 4 phases. The first one is establishment phase in the first year, where we're going to set the foundation of the business. We're going to map the pilot and prioritize which area to be piloted with, and conduct research and connect with our stakeholders and collaborating agencies. And after that, we're going to have 2 pilots in the second year. Why 2 pilots? Because we want to see different characteristics from different neighborhoods. If there are different characteristics or household habits, we want to learn about that, because the result of these pilots will be going to a scalable framework to be duplicated, to be replicated for the expansion phase. And on the 3rd year, we're going to expand to more neighborhoods in that area. And after the 4th year, we're going to grow. And we are going to have an increase in our sales and agents' productivity. Why is that? Our agent will be using the motor carts now because they have been trained for that. And our sales will be going to not only the head of community, but the upper level of the government, which we can create more sales. We can reach more neighborhoods within one sale. And this is the fund that needed for 3 years of operation, $213,000. And we're going to allocate them mostly for recycling operations and giving the workers benefit. And 25% of them will be going to sales, marketing, quality assurance, and technology development. And we are also going to allocate 7% of them to buy the assets and managing the infrastructure. And so this is our team. My name is Claudia. I'm the CEO and founder. I was a business consultant for 5 years before I went to Harris, and I learned a lot about environmental policy, climate, and sustainability, and that's why I deep dive into waste management. And that's also where I met Dania, my partner, who is a government official, and she is working closely with the government by doing social and international development policy. And we also have Nida in our team, which is a strategy consultant. She was an alumni from UChicago Master of Data Analytics. And she's now working as a consultant in Jakarta. We also have an excellent advisory board, which is the program director from USAID, Fikri, who has extensive experience in waste management and managing informal waste workers. And we also have Nadia, my co-founder here from the previous venture. She is very excellent in training and development, especially for children education. And we also have Andy here, who is also a government official, and he is from the Ministry of Home Affairs. And we had consulted with him for who's the government function that we need to target and how to approach them, and what should we do to be better in this project and collaborating with the government. And we have been very fortunate to get the conversation with notable public figure from Indonesia, which is the former Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Pak Khatib Basri, and Pak Gita Wirjawan, who is a former Minister of Trade, and also Pak Pandu Syahrir, who is an investor and entrepreneur, one of the biggest entrepreneur in Indonesia. So this is our team, but this is not about us. This is about our collective act as a society to create an equitable, habitable, and sustainable Earth for the better future. So we need you all to be here to help us get to the effort and be on board with this. Thank you.
So could you be more specific about the impact that you're trying to achieve? I heard climate sustainability, I heard kids in school, and potentially more wages for the informal workers, but I wasn't sure. So could you just go over it again?
Okay, maybe I could spend more time in explaining the social impact metrics that we think this is the most relevant here. The first one is the environmental impact, which is we are going to build household recycling habit. This is the underserved community who hasn't heard about recycling before. And by our operation, they will be exposed to what waste segregation at home is and what is the purpose of that. And that's the environmental impact that we are trying to pursue. And for the economic mobility will be for the workers, for the informal workers. They was not working on a formal occupation, and now they're working formally, have legal status, and we're going to assist them with paperwork that it would enable them to access more government benefits like pension and health insurance and everything that is now cannot be reached by them. And also by providing them childcare services, the children from that workers that was not previously in school will be supported to go to school by our collaboration with education agencies. So education is also one of the metrics that we're trying to pursue here, we're trying to measure. And also health for the workers and their family, because we are going to reduce the risk of their occupation by creating a health and safety standards of the procedure. So in hope that there will be a reduce of health and work risk. Yeah, you first.
So could you clarify, how do the workers currently get paid? What's their source of income? And what would you expect to be changed in that model? How do you generate the amount of money that you're going to collect from the neighborhoods? Where does that money come from?
So currently the workers don't have a stable income. So they are collecting the waste and purchasing, and someone from the from other institution, the local collectors will purchase the waste from them, and that's how they get money. We have an estimation that their daily income is mostly below $4 per day, and I want to show our calculation that after joining us, they can increase their income by to $7 per month and upwards after joining Circularis.
So you have a really impressive board, just the former government officials, the folks who are on it, very, very high-powered. I wonder, do you also have advisors who were formal or are current informal workers themselves, people who are doing the work that you're trying to change, and what input have you gotten from them about your model?
That's a really interesting idea, and now we haven't reached out to any advisors that have previous experience in informal waste workers like themselves doing the work. But after we're graduating, we'll be graduating this June, and we'll be going back to Indonesia and start this venture. The first thing we want to do is reaching out to those community themselves and finding the champion that can help us to build this project, because we know that learning about experience firsthand is really important in this. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sure you've done your research, but is selling the waste like really sustainable and really achieve the what were you saying, like 30% in your bottom line?
It's about
how much?
about 20%.
20%
recycling margin.
Like the glass, the metal. I mean, there really is a secondhand market for this that is active. Okay.
Yeah, there's an analog that waste management companies, waste management startups are doing this, selling the waste, but they're not focusing on at the informal waste worker side. They're focusing on the commercial side only, and we want to do both.
Okay, and are the waste dumps or areas where people can bike or push the carts to readily accessible all over the area for it to be a daily pickup?
They're going to pick up the waste from the households. So it's not like a dumpster or a dedicated place. So directly from the houses, and they're going to collect them and bring them to our facilities.
So your facilities. So you need to find space in each of these neighborhoods in order to, and then aggregate that. I see.
So for the first few months, we're going to partner with Waste Bank. Waste Bank is the community-driven recycling facilities in each neighborhood. Not every neighborhood has that, but we're going to map out every neighborhood that has that, and that's where we're going to start. And we can partner with them before we have our own recycling facilities.
What exactly is the role of government in waste collection? Does Jakarta have any mandate, or does a neighborhood government have mandate, or is it purely a private market for waste collection?
So currently the government don't have a capacity to serve the whole neighborhood, the whole city. So it would depend on the city and on the location the government we're talking about, because Indonesia has a decentralized system of government, so each local government has their own system. And in urban cities, in Jakarta, we don't have a specific waste collection system for households, so private companies are saturating the market, but they are only serving the middle to upper class, because it can be quite costly. And the government is only collecting waste from the streets or public facilities currently. Yeah.
Is it your intention to hire the labor once you get past the initial waste management phase? Your intention to hire the labor at the facility to do all the separation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the intention to hire the labor and to some after they pass some evaluation and length of period working with us. Yeah.
So, do you have more information on the economics of like the current waste management model with the informal workers? Because I mean, it sounds like the profit from the current recycling centers would be huge, right? That you could actually like increase all the costs to pay the people more, to provide them with carts or motorcycles or whatever, and still like make a big profit margin. I mean, it would sound like that currently those guys are making a lot of money. Like somebody in the chain there is making a lot of money. And do you foresee any problems, I mean, of you interfering in that? I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but at least in Mexico City, waste management has always been associated with some shady activities, and it's kind of like, so, I mean, I'm not sure if that's the case there. And it sounds like there's money there somewhere that you're taking a piece of.
Yeah, that's exactly true, actually. So the waste management industry is not transparent for now. And by doing this, we are actually interfering to the industry and disrupting them. And because that's actually our intention, because until now, the waste management system is not very proper, and it doesn't serve the whole audience, the whole society. But waste management is it's an essential for every people, and we want them to be accessible for everyone in the society. But we have an analog from a few other emerging countries where they have a company that organize the informal workers, and they has been proven a success by unionizing the workers and creating a solid unions that they are now proud of their job, and the system is now more neat, and it serves a broader audience, and the industry is now more transparent than before because of the private intervention.
Okay, thanks. And just a quick follow-up. So just to clarify, it'll cost around $15,000 to build a recycling center from your, I don't know if that's what I understood from the slide. Like how much does it cost to build out one of your own recycling facilities?
Yeah, this is to acquire the assets, which is one of them is the recycling facilities. And we're going to have our own recycling facilities in the third year. And the first 1 and 2 years we're going to collaborate with Waste Bank, which I mentioned earlier. Yeah.
All right, so the 15,000 is with the Waste Bank.
For acquiring the facilities in the third year, and the rest of them will be for the collaborating fees with the Waste Bank.
Thank you.
It's not so much to acquire storage facilities in Jakarta, so 10,000 is enough. Yeah.
You mentioned at the beginning that the parents didn't necessarily see the value of sending their children to school.
Mm-hmm.
And then you mentioned that you would provide daycare or have a way to get the children to school. So I was just trying to understand then how will the workers be paid? Will they be paid based on volume that they collect? Because then I can see a parent saying, well, I don't want to send my kid to school because I want them to help me increase the volume of waste that I'm collecting and to get paid that way. How have you thought about that?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So we spoke to Fikri, the program director, and he said that the main motivation of the workers is obviously monetary benefit, and they have some maximum amount they can collect a waste from with their own effort without the card. And after we provide the card, there are also some maximum amount that they can collect the waste. And we're going to purchase the waste from them by weight and by category of valuable materials. And we're going to provide top-up benefit for them to reach that maximum amount. So in that way, they will be they will see us as a key collaborator in this effort, and they will want to trust us to take care of their children for them.
Yeah. Would you consider, I can't remember the term that you used, but the HOA president, essentially, are they the decision maker? Are they the buyer of your services? And can you talk a little bit about how they make their decisions to hire informal workers versus to hire you?
Yeah, this HOC, which is an equivalent of HOA in the US, they are elected by the residents, and they are responsible to provide the public service, including waste management for that area, one neighborhood only per HOC. And yes, they are our buyer, they are our customer. So at the first to third year of our operations, they are the one that going to target. The sales will be going to them. That's why we also need government officials to help us in this effort, because even though they're not government officials, there are some governmental procedures that they need to maintain, and we need government to assist the sales process in this effort.
We are out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody set? Okay, our next team is Eziko Rayasu.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel.
Hi, I'm Amran.
We are co-founders of Eziko Rayasu, and our revolutionary social venture aims to manufacture and distribute biomass briquettes to alleviate respiratory and environmental problems common among households of rural Rwanda. So in rural Rwanda, over 90% of households there burn charcoal to cook staple meals. These inefficient fuels release very harmful particulate matter that is the leading cause of morbidity among women and deaths among children aged 5 and below in rural Rwanda. I am from Rwanda, a beautiful country. It has a population of 14 million people. And to the northwest of its capital, Kigali, is a district that sadly burns the most charcoal. Gakenke district 96% of households, they're born children cook stable foods. And 53% being women who spend most of their time at home cooking and taking care of children. You can imagine how much smoke they inhale on a daily basis and the negative impact that has on their health. This is confirmed by Asteria, a mother of 5, a resident of Gacenye, who complains about how smoke inhalation causes constant coughing among her kids as well as family. But also similar to other average households in Gacenye, they spend a huge chunk of their monthly income to buy these inefficient fuels. So having spent a few years of my electrical engineering career developing energy systems to electrify these communities, including Gacenye, which is the least electrified in the country, I thought of using my experience, expertise, as well as connections to be able to address this challenge. So I teamed up with other enthusiastic professionals, including Amran, who has a rich biomedical research experience in East Africa, and other professionals I met in Rwanda who excel at developing clean cooking technologies, as well as rolling them out to underserved communities. So together, we proposed biomass briquettes that we will manufacture using household food waste and bind them with clay to be able to give them longer burning capability. These are our engineers who designed our briquettes. They're located in Rwanda. They've been testing how they perform while cooking staple meals like rice and beans, and how that compares to charcoal while cooking with a charcoal stove. Our minimum viable product has higher heating efficiency, releases tremendously less smoke and carbon dioxide than charcoal, and this efficiency will increase over the summer when we incorporate clay in our design. So our briquettes offer better and more efficient clean cooking technology than charcoal. So with our briquettes, a household will use less kilograms of cooking fuel to cook the same amount of food with higher amount, compared to higher amount they cook with using charcoal. So our briquettes, if they're sold by a retailer at the same price as charcoal, a household will save a lot of money. $130 in a year is a lot of money in rural Rwanda. It could be spent to cover school fees and other household expenses. But also, mothers like Asteria will spend less time cooking, less exposed to smoke, and more quality time with family and taking care of children. It's great. So our briquettes are not only better than charcoal and firewood, they're also better than electric stoves, which is a clean cooking technology. But as I told you earlier, Gacenye district is the least electrified, so electric stove providers don't even go there to operate. But also gas stoves. Gas stoves are very efficient, but very expensive, and these households cannot afford.
In Rwanda, the $900 million charcoal market presents a significant opportunity. The northwestern region, including the Gacenye district, contributes $350 million, with Gacenye alone contributing $25 million annually. We aim to revolutionize this market by introducing a sustainable alternative to charcoal. So our initial target market includes 27,000 households spread across 6 sectors throughout the Gacenye district. In the first 2 years, we aim to target 120 retailers who will then sell our briquettes to households. This district, the Gacenye district, has an abundant amount of clay, which we'll use to bind our briquettes. And we'll transport our waste from Kigali, which is an hour away from Gacenye. This guarantees us a low cost of raw material acquisition. So in order for households to even use our briquettes, we'll begin by educating them about the dangers of deforestation and the harmful effects of charcoal burning. We begin by educating them on a bi-weekly basis at these local community gatherings that are often held by the local government and also at Women Saving Community Group meetings. These meetings are often attended by influential community leaders, and during these meetings, we intend to demonstrate how our briquettes can be used to cook staple meals. As a result, this will increase demand for our briquettes and will create a demand for our briquettes in a region where charcoal is not branded, and this will therefore allow us to have a competitive advantage. But we also recognize that women are disproportionately impacted by charcoal burning. And so we aim to empower them to lead this movement in mitigating the harmful effects of charcoal burning. And so we'll have women educate households, and we'll have them as sales agents to sell our briquettes to retailers. And this will create jobs for women in these communities, but it will also create community engagement and long-term economic sustainability. One briquette is composed of 80% food waste and 20% clay. We will acquire our clay on a bi-weekly basis from AC Limited, who are the premier household waste collection agency in Kigali, and we'll get our clay from Bumba, who are the primary clay distributors in the district.
and they will provide us with clay on a monthly basis. Then we'll then have AC limited trucks who will transport waste every 2 weeks from Kigali to our facility, which is an hour away. At our facility, we'll then convert this waste into briquettes using custom-designed machines tailored for our unique product. The briquettes will then be packaged into burlap sacks, each containing 40 kilograms. Our sales agents will then persuade the retailers to purchase our briquettes, and then the Bumba trucks will come in and distribute our briquettes to local retailers, allowing households to conveniently purchase our briquettes. And so as you can see here, this is the machine which we intend to use to manufacture briquettes. It costs $8,000, it's inexpensive, and guarantees us a very high annual production capacity. So based on our conversation with retailers, we found that they're willing to pay $7 for a burlap sack of briquette, which is a lot less than the $10 that they would pay for a burlap sack of charcoal. But we also, from our conversations, found out that retailers often face this 3 to 4 day charcoal shortage, which impacts their customer retention. But our timely briquette distribution will solve this problem. With our reliable distribution partner, Bumba to be exact, we will ensure that retailers consistently earn revenue as they meet household fuel needs. So each retailer is projected to earn 2,000 burlap sacks of briquettes annually with a commitment to purchase 4 per week. As we showed earlier in our supply chain, the cost of goods entails waste acquisition, manufacturing, distribution, and we estimate that burlap sack would be $4.36. And our customer acquisition cost entails our environmental education program, the cooking demonstrations with our Ezekiel briquettes, but also the meetings with retailers to promote our product. All of these initiatives are designed to create demand for our product. And over 5 years, the lifetime contribution from a single retailer is $2,075. So in our first year, we do face higher operational expenses, and this is mainly due to factory setup costs. But revenue costs will surpass over time. Revenue surpasses costs over time. We expect to break even by our 3rd year, and after our 3rd year, we expect that our education program would have significantly impacted households, leading to a widespread adoption of our briquettes. This will result in a growing number of households preferring our briquettes over charcoal as they continue to see the economic and health benefits. After the 5th year, we project that 10,000 households will be using our briquettes.
So by manufacturing and distributing our briquettes, we anticipate to alleviate respiratory problems among over 20,000 women and 30,000 children by 2029. But also the use of our briquettes will prevent the cutting down of over 20,000 trees, which is a huge environmental impact. Meet our team with extensive experience in international development, having done successful projects in rural development and clean cooking technology in East Africa. Amran and I are excited to go over the summer to Rwanda to join our other 2 teammates to launch the pilot as well as recruit more members. And this is our board of advisors that is hopeful to help to guide us through structuring our venture as well as shaping our initiatives.
So we are seeking $240,000 in funding. In order to launch our pilot, we plan on purchasing a briquette manufacturing machine, which will and we'll also educate 500 households through a series of community workshops. And we'll offer 300 of those households. We'll randomly select them and give them these briquettes to give us feedback in order to improve the efficiency of our briquettes. And then we'll launch our venture by having marketing plans that will help us to target 2,000 households. And then we'll use that information to further analyze purchasing trends and pricing variations in order to further improve our implementation plans. Rwanda's vision for 2050 is to become a carbon neutral and climate resilient economy. And to achieve this goal, the government plans on reducing the number of households using charcoal from 90% to 10% by 2030. And we are committed to helping them achieve this goal. But furthermore, we're committed to helping local residents like Assyria who eagerly wait to use Ezekiel briquettes and hope that it reduces their household fuel expenditure and respiratory problems. Thank you all so much for your time, and we welcome any questions.
Great product and great mission. What's the risk of charcoal producers trying to lower their prices to hurt you and use their existing relationships with retailers to hurt you?
Could you repeat that? Thank you.
What's the risk of charcoal producers lowering their prices and using their relationships with the retailers to try to prevent, you interfering with their business?
Well, that's a great question. 2 points to that. The first one is currently the retailers are complaining about how they have to wait to go 3 to 4 days without charcoal in their stock. So households will go all the way to other retailers to buy. So that hinders their customer orientation. So The other aspect is the government is supporting initiatives to reduce the cutting down of trees to process charcoal. But also the other aspect being that charcoal processors use an automated system of producing charcoal. They will cut down trees, cut them into pieces, and then they will burn them manually and take time to process that, take time to process and package that and deliver. So it's really inconvenient. It's unrealistic for now, given the government that's that's discouraging them to produce charcoal. But also, on the other hand, given that they cannot reduce the cost of production to offer a lower price, so that they could compete against us and win retailers over us.
Yes. This concept looks marvelous on paper. What is the purpose of the clay, and is there a substitute? You'll never run out of food waste, but you may run out of clay.
Yeah, that's a great question. Clay is really abundant in this district and the neighboring districts. So that's the advantage of using it, compared to using volcanic rocks that are available in the northern part of Rwanda. That's the other alternative. But the main advantage of using clay is it gives these briquettes that mainly are made out of food waste to be able to burn longer. So when it burns longer, the household or the user will use less amount of kilograms of this cooking fuel, and hence it will alleviate the financial burden they have to incur when buying charcoal to cook. And talking about the alternative, this clay is abundant. That's what we've learned from the producers and the government, the landscape and the neighboring districts. They have assured us that clay is really abundant. So, and we're using them just to kind of be able to provide a better design, a better product for our customers to alleviate this challenge.
Sounds like a monopoly to me.
First comment, I thought you did a great job of articulating the social impact and quantifying it, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But innovation is another one of our criteria, and I did a lot of online reading about briquettes and briquette production and dissemination in other countries. So what's innovative about your approach?
Thank you. Slides about. Previous one. Yes, so we'll talk about the successes in other parts of Africa, as well as the failures. So starting with the successes, in Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, Namibia, they've been using briquettes. The way for briquettes to be very effective and for you to be able to compete with charcoal to sell them at a lower price, you must have abundant supply of raw materials. So as we said earlier, we are partnering with a premier waste collection company located in Kigali. Kigali, where there is a lot of food waste. Over 400 tons of waste is dumped on a yearly basis in a landfill, and we only need 62 tons to be able to produce the briquettes that will make us achieve the sales we anticipate in 5 years. So there's abundant of raw material, but also there is a great collaboration between our company, our venture, and the company. So the same thing we're doing with what others did, and you can see companies in Uganda and Kenya have been there for years. Failures. There is a company that once tried to carry this out in Rwanda. It's called Kosin. And they failed mainly because they wanted to source raw materials at the same time manufacture, and they ended up incurring a high cost. So they ended up sticking with collecting waste and selling it to whoever wants to use it as a raw material to produce whatever product. Does that answer your question? You're welcome.
When your briquettes burn, does it produce an offending odor? Is it worse than burning charcoal, or is it better?
Could you repeat that?
When your briquettes burn, is the smell offensive to women and families, or does it smell better than charcoal burning?
Well, we haven't tested the odor of the odor of our briquettes, but the households with which we've tested briquettes versus charcoal, they've said it's better given it doesn't release it doesn't release smoke. The odor or the smell comes mostly from the smoke. So it releases less smoke, hence less odor that could be uncomfortable. That's what we've learned. But we will analyze this more once we incorporate clay in our briquettes over the summer.
Could you just talk a little bit more about how the briquettes are made from food waste? It seems like there's a lot of moisture in waste food, and it obviously needs to be burned.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. I think we will, in addition to acquiring this food waste from the AC Limited, who are premier waste collectors, the other deal we're making with them is for them to provide us this waste when the waste is dry. Yeah, so the waste is dry. They're going to provide us waste when it's dry. So in so doing, we would incur thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Another question about the waste input. What percentage of your unit cost is the waste going to represent? And who are you competing with for the waste? What is AC's alternative to selling it to you?
Yes, thank you. Could you go to the slide about supply chain? Yeah, so as we are, excuse me. Yeah, so as you can see, raw materials is 3.37 of the entire cost, which is 4.56 to make one burlap sack of charcoal. So basically here, a big portion of 3.37 with $3.37 is the waste from the capital. And I think that answers the question. Yeah, so with the alternative of AC Limited, what they do is they will collect this waste, and it's a deal they have with the government. They go and the government has given them freedom to be able to pick a portion of what they want to use, and then the rest they put in the landfill. So most of their waste has been dumped in the landfill, other than plastics that they offer to craft makers or industries that need to make bottles for packaging. But the rest, especially food waste, as I've said before, 400 tons are dumped in the landfill. And for the next 5 years, we will need 62 tons to make the sales we want to achieve. Yes.
I also really appreciate your goals here, especially around the health aspects and the
Thank you.
helping women as well. I was just trying to understand, are you trying to encourage just adoption of briquettes overall, or is it about your particular briquettes? I'm just trying to understand, is there someone else could just come in and do this, and so are you going to brand your briquettes, or is this more about just expanding use of briquettes?
Well, both we are planning to undertake. So over the summer, we'll go to the Rwanda Development Board that usually registers, offers patents, as well as registers businesses and ventures. So we're going to protect our design. So on the other hand, we want to roll this out. And basically, we're incorporating clay, which is a very special aspect of this, to be able to give this, to be able to help families save on how much they need to cook. Yeah, but also, what if another company comes in and does briquettes? They might make them without clay or with an alternative to clay. It would be great for the competition and for the betterment. The community will have more options. And what we will have to do, we have our education program where it brands our venture. We will keep to that and ensure that we stick to offering the best quality and compete and be able we anticipate we'll win the competition. Thank you.
So speaking of competition, you had listed success stories with briquettes in other countries. How is your briquette different from the briquettes that you listed in the other countries?
Thank you. The other countries, for example, in Uganda, they use agricultural waste. So that's seasonal. And that, I think, could limit the amount of produce they offer based on which crops grow in which season. But also in Kenya, they use sugarcane waste, like peels. And that's also, it couldn't be seasonal, but we can say that it's different to ours, given that ours is we are sourcing waste from the capital coming to the rural communities. So we have abundance of waste, which we can acquire at a lower price and be able to kind of like have, with our machine, be able to produce our briquettes like at a low cost of production, offer them at a cheaper price. And yeah, I think that's how we were better than them. Agricultural waste and sugarcane plantations are reliable, but sometimes it could be an issue. So ours is an opportunity that's been enabled by the government's ability to say, hey, we need to ensure the city, we do like proper recycling, and then we're using that to be able to resolve another challenge.
So going to Rachel's question about innovation, is it fair to say that your briquette is unlike any other briquette that exists out there?
Well, it wouldn't be correct to say it's unlike, but our incorporating clay that's available in the region we're going to operate gives our briquettes like a better, like a higher burning longevity. Yeah, so we'll make time to compare over the summer after we make a final design, and we'll have a better answer to that. But also our other innovation comes into be able to use an automated machine that has a high capacity to produce, be able to meet the demand from our customers.
Yes, what is keeping other countries, Africa, from exporting their briquettes into Rwanda? Is there any protection from that in the Rwanda market?
I can say that two answers to that. One, it's they're operating in a country. To be able to do these briquettes, you must be having raw materials closer to you. Okay. So if, for instance, they come to Kigali and say we want to supply briquettes, they will need to have a very a raw material source that's very close by. So I think that's what's been preventing them. They're trying to use raw materials locally available. So the other one is the opportunity we are offered by the government. The government is prioritizing entrepreneurs who have knowledge of the area and who are from the country. For example, when it comes to Rwanda is leading when it comes to the access to charcoal stoves, which has been enabled by the government subsidies, subsidizing families as well as companies to be able to for the households to access the stoves, as well as the companies to be able to roll them out, especially in communities that are remote. So there have been over 40% companies locally, by local entrepreneurs. So we anticipate that this is an advantage for them, for us, given that we are having a team that has knowledge and experience of the area, and to be able to roll them out, to be able to for the government to be able to give us this opportunity, to be able to use this opportunity to roll out our solution.
Okay.
Yes.
And are both of you moving back to Rwanda to help make this thing successful? Or who's going to be there, living there, working through the government regulations and the sales and distribution and things like that?
We are moving to Rwanda over the summer. I personally belong to the Chamber of the Energy Private Developers, having been an electrical engineer, having worked developing energy systems. So I'm going to leverage my connections to be able to see this successfully rolled out, given that when it's done, the Federation, the Energy Private Developers, when you have to be a member of it for you to be able to roll this out. So we'll be there and have more members of our team, expand our team, and use the connections to be able to roll this out. Yeah.
Yes. So you currently have the manufacturing capacity with the machines and the IP and all of that in place to be able to execute at this point?
We have already contacted the supplier who customized this. Over the summer, we're heading there to be able to get the IP. And yeah, we'll launch the pilot and get through the process of rolling it out.
So where's this machine now? And this is from personal experience of having a process that was better, cleaner, quicker, but then not being able to get the hardware to place in time at a cost that was
Yeah, I appreciate that. Could I know like the experience in particular, like developing which like clean maybe cooking solution? Yeah, I'm asking if I can know like which solution you're trying to find a machine for.
A better way to shift, it was a machine that did a better way to ship fresh produce from different markets to be able to get the machine that would be able to do that in place to be able to do that. We couldn't get the machine into the region that it needed to be because of different obstacles. So being able to support the manufacturing components that you're going to need within Rwanda to be able to do that sometimes is easier said than done when you don't know where your machinery is.
The machinery, the best suppliers for the machine are located in China. So that's the supplier we've been able to contact. And yeah, you can see how reliable he is. They provide 60 states per month. So not only of briquette manufacturing machines, but also other machines, which means that it's going to be easier for us to access it. But customizing too is easier. I'm an electrical engineer and have had experience like learning about how factories are set up, as well as the electrification cost needed, and the nitty-gritties of mechanics, hydraulics. So I can assure you that based on the information that I assessed from the supplier, it's reliable.
We are out of time. Thank you very much. Okay, we better get started. Okay, and for our final pitch of the day, Kind Ed.
Hi, my name is Jane. I am the founder of Kind Ed and a former Chicago public school teacher. How many of you have your phones out right now? Let's see it. How many of you, keep it up, have had a phone out over a meal with others? Friends, family? Aha, guilty. In 2014, the same year I started teaching, and some of the same years that the judges were born, research showed even the presence of smartphones lowered the quality of in-person conversation. This is a decade ago. Since then, do we think this problem has gotten better or worse? Professors and students have seen firsthand the impact of this on our learning right here at UChicago with all the different devices competing for our attention. We live in a permanent semi-distracted state. In May 2023, the U.S. Surgeon General's report on social media and youth mental health found up to 95% of youth ages 13 to 17 using a social media platform, with more than a third saying they use it almost constantly. There's broad agreement across the scientific community and all stakeholders that social media use is driving the youth mental health crisis. Why? This is the dopamine reward loop. It is a well-known mechanism that drives addiction, such as with drugs, alcohol. They found the same reaction in the brain from social media users, from shares, likes, and comments, triggering the brain's reward center. But social media, it's different from drugs because the algorithm is designed to use our own psychology against us. If we as adults struggle to check our phones and open up an app as problematic, consider its effects on children who are actively going through periods of massive brain development. However, social media, it's a tool, neither good nor bad. It's the user behavior driving positive and negative outcomes for users. Developmental psychologists root this in agency, which is the sense of control a person feels they have over their own thoughts and behaviors. A key difference between drug addiction and social media overuse is that with substance abuse, researchers found deficits in the self-control system of the brain. This is good news. Unlike drug addiction, it means that if a person has enough motivation to change and control their social media use, they can. So, we started Kind Ed. When we have self-awareness and agency in our social media use, we believe we are in control and that it's beneficial to our lives. Our curriculum is going to bring together a range of activities, reflections, and action plans driven by students. We use the latest learning sciences and proven practices to develop a positive social media mindset with high levels of agency. So we're going to shift from doom scrolling, which I'm sure some of you are familiar with, to smart scrolling. Now, strong curriculum and instruction are key pieces to maximizing student learning and engagement. Poor instructional quality can make even the best curriculum ineffective. So we provide professional development and instructional supports to ensure successful delivery of our curriculum. Now, our initial target beneficiaries are 6th through 12th graders for our 10-week curriculum. When I was teaching, making lesson plans, creating PowerPoints, printing materials on top of grading, it was all too much. Teachers are overwhelmed and they do not have time to do all this extra work, which is why our package is ready to go and a ready-to-go solution, which makes selling easier. So few organizations work in the social media or similar space. They're all missing critical needs. Kind Ed is a nonprofit. We are the only non-digital, school-based social media education provider. 2 large digital citizenship providers provide mostly digital content with social media as a part of their product. And then a 3rd provider focuses on digital equity and adults. Then we have our full-service social emotional learning providers who have a similar business model, but they're teaching social emotional learning. Even with all our collective efforts, including Kind Ed fully servicing, we still won't be able to support all the youth that are on social media today. Here's a lesson from a leading provider, Common Sense Media, on the topic of social media and addictive behaviors. Passive sharing of videos does not lead to behavior change. When was the last time you sat through a video or were fed information at a meeting that led you to change your behavior? All the time, right? We closely adapted the principles of inquiry-based learning in our curriculum to promote student engagement, critical thinking, and a deeper understanding of concepts. Our curriculum frequently pairs and groups activities with minimal instruction and through student-led discussions. Here's our lesson on the same topic of social media and addictive behaviors, where we use inquiry-based learning, which is proven to work. We prioritize student voice using role play, movement, and creativity to develop understanding of social media effects, and then we allow students to exercise that agency. So instead of watching a video, students role play to learn what kind of content sells best using a candy selling analogy. Our lessons engage and resonate with youth, and our model leads to real and better outcomes. Now, we care about our social impact, and we want to hold ourselves accountable. Traditional approaches to measuring the success of curriculums is reach and number of schools. While these matter, we're going the extra step. We've partnered with Professor Ming-Tae Wang, a faculty director of the Urban Education Institute, and Dr. Christina Scanlon to help us measure the effectiveness of our curriculum. We will be the first to set the standards of social media education, and we want to ensure existing and future providers maintain high levels of accountability in their approach and design to ensure real impact on youth. Now I'm going to hand things off to our Chief Partnerships Officer, John, to go over our business model.
Hi, everyone. My name is John. I'm an avid social media user who also struggles with negative usage, which is why I'm very passionate about the work we do at KindEd and will be working with Jane full-time after graduation. We're starting out in Chicago and recently wrapped up our 5-week pilot at a nearby neighborhood school. We have already received sponsorship to become an officially recognized CPS vendor. We will expand to at least 10 schools this fall, acquiring more schools in and outside the district, including public, private, and charter schools. After that, we will go to the 15 states currently in the process of adopting legislation requiring media literacy education. There is huge demand from everyone, students, parents, teachers, governments, even social media companies themselves for our solution, and we want to help as many children across the nation as possible. And we know how to sell. Our marketing strategy, which is to mobilize, target, and procure, aligns with the district procurement cycle. In the beginning of the sales cycle, administrators conduct needs assessments for their school communities. At this time, we will mobilize teachers and parents through workshops and seminars to show the need for our curriculum. When administrators start shopping for the solutions to their needs, we will target key decision makers through digital marketing campaigns, search engine optimization, and conferences. This fall, we will attend 2 conferences convening tens of thousands of our potential buyers right here to Chicago, where we will sell directly to principals, superintendents, and district leaders. Finally, we will close the deal in multi-year contracts and restart the strategy to acquire new customers for upcoming school years. Now we can talk more about our business in detail. Our services are threefold. We provide curriculum, workbooks, and implementation support, which includes 5 full days of training and coaching for teachers over the course of 10 weeks. Our curriculum costs $2,000, implementation $500, and our workbooks another $2,000 for an initial cost of $4,500 per grade. We will be serving 3 grades per school, and the revenue shown is what we'd receive from 1 school in 1 year. Customer acquisition includes sales team wages, digital marketing costs, and conference fees, while the cost of goods sold includes the cost of making our workbooks. Finally, after implementation wages, we're left with a 32% margin, which is a very strong model for a nonprofit. Until the summer of 2025, we will approach administration at the school level to run pilot programs as we develop all our products. At this time, we will begin selling to districts. In 2026, we will sell exclusively to districts, which will allow us to grow faster with lower customer acquisition costs. By 2028, we expect to be in over 700 schools. However, we won't stop there. Currently, the largest SEO provider, Second Step, serves over 25,000 schools across the US. Given the quality and demand for our product, we can grow to be just as big. Our focus is on proving the efficacy of our curriculum over the next year, so we will only charge schools for our workbooks. After we've concluded our impact measurement and begun selling to districts in 2026, we will charge for all our services. From then on, our program margin and expected growth rate will allow us to be sustainable, not including grants or philanthropy, which we expect to see lots of. There is huge demand. We're one of the earliest providers. KindEd is ready to grow and become the largest social media education provider in the United States. Our growth story has been remarkable. It started with Jane a year ago. We've grown to 3 full-time employees, 8 advisors, 22 volunteers, and a very successful pilot program. We have been selected to participate in the Polsky Launch Accelerator this summer, and we've already secured 4 Metcalf interns. To continue our momentum, we asked for $250,000 for our first year of operations to cover compensation related to product development, program delivery, and sales and marketing, in addition to other customer acquisition costs.
So we've found many people who believe in and are committed to our mission. John, Jay, and myself will be pursuing this full time. And as we grow, we plan to bring back some of our team members. We have backgrounds in public policy, econ, statistics, and computer science from right here at UChicago, and I have taught for almost a decade. Our incredible team of advisors has been giving us business, policy, and curriculum advice. Our ask will help facilitate our university-supported pilot. We are actively building assessment tools with Professor Wong, a leader in education research with numerous national and international recognitions, too many to name right here, and Dr. Scanlon. With their support, we are pursuing larger research-funded opportunities with stronger empirical data about our effectiveness to substantiate more market-based pricing. We wrapped up our 5-week pilot, and on the last day, Christabel, a very shy 6th grader, stopped me. She told me that at the start of the pilot, she was using her phone for around 8 hours a day. And since then, she's down to 4. What we have works. I hope you will join KindEd in transforming the social media landscape for millions of students everywhere, unleashing goodness and cultivating an entire generation of responsible users, both on and offline. That's it. I'm just kidding. Yes, Roberto?
Hi, thank you. So just a question, maybe just for me, but is it common for schools to like outsource parts of the curriculum? So schools already do this for different subjects?
Yes, so there's free products. So for CPS specific, they purchased in a multi-million-dollar deal, Skyline. Not all schools and teachers are using it. They've already gotten some contracts and they like what they have. So schools have discretionary spending to purchase other curriculum. Yes, Mr. Tony.
A question and a comment. Question is, what metrics are you looking to move the needle on, and how will you report them? That's the question. And then the recommendation is, I saw that you had Think Circa up as one of the competitors, and if you contact Eileen Murphy, I think what you'll find, which I've found in many ed tech sales, it is doing it the hard way by going through teachers and students to work your way up to the district. It's almost more logical to go to a district and have it filter down, but that's something you can test in the post-key accelerator. So back to the question, what metrics and how will you report them?
So we're using the standard metrics, like I said, number of students, number of schools reached, but we're going further. We're creating an actual assessment.
I'm sorry, in terms of outcomes.
In terms of outcomes for children.
What metric will determine the outcome that you are delivering in improving children's behavior online?
So,
what's the metric that you will?
Yeah, so a lot of these metrics, including in social emotional learning, is self-reported. So it's a little bit tricky. And we have a pre and post assessment from our pilot, which showed, again, age dependent. It's the difference between assessing like a 10-year-old and a 15-year-old. You're gonna assume that the 15-year-old has better self-awareness and is gonna report more accurate data. So we saw that struggle with the 6th graders, but it was really great because we have this opportunity to tinker out what we wanna measure the best. Again, we have these 5 things that we're looking at for our specific curriculum to see if we can affect user behavior, content engagement, agency, valence, and content discernment. These are the kinds of questions that we're going to tinker with. We don't want too many questions on an assessment because then the students aren't going to just do their best. We had that same result with our pre and post. We had more questions on our post than our pre. The students freaked out, but they still finished in 15 minutes. And then we also are going to use things that are traditionally used: student behavior, academic achievement, attendance. These are all great measures to see how students are doing emotionally, socially, mentally. Thank you. Carter. So since you taught, I'm sure you're familiar. Within the school, everyone knows who are the strong teachers and who are the teachers that struggle. The principal knows it and the teachers themselves know it. And we all know that there's always that teacher that brings in the new innovative ideas and gets other teachers to do it. And we're gonna follow that same model, but no matter who I went to, whether it was a teacher that struggled with classroom management because they got hired in the middle of the year, or a teacher who's been there for years, even when I was teaching, from the very early days, everyone was complaining about social media. They all want a solution. Somehow, we went from digital literacy, social emotional learning, skipped social media, and went to AI. And we're all talking about social media, but where is the explicit, conversations and norm creation around it? So I'm not concerned. Like, the demand is insane. Like, from teachers, students, parents, principals. I was actually very surprised to come back and see that this is still what's eating away and that no one has done anything. And so I was very thoughtful because I am that teacher that advocated for things I loved. Positive behavioral intervention systems, I love it. Why do we spend so much time trying to find the one thing kids are doing wrong when 99% of the time, or at least 90% of the time, they're actually doing what they're supposed to do? But we focus on that one bad thing. And so I think that that's a wonderful model to praise students, because when you encourage someone, great job, they want to keep, that's how you reinforce good behaviors. And then with CHAMPS, I love CHAMPS. It's great, it norms what the conversation, help, activity, movement, and participation is going to look like in the classroom for success. And so we've got these advocates in the schools, and I know we can get it with our product.
So you're saying that because of what you're doing, the strongest teachers in the school will look at it and say, we will champion this because it's so good? Is that?
We will ask we want to have a conversation with the school. The principals want it, but again, teacher buy-in, it's that sales problem, right? Where the teacher buys it, or the principal buys it, but the teachers are the users and the students are the beneficiaries. So we would like to have a conversation with the principal and the teacher they plan to have use it to make sure they're comfortable. And again, part of our product is implementation services to be able to support them as needed. Yes, Rachel.
That's my question about implementation services. I think you said it's 5 hours of in-person implementation. Can you do that remotely or delivered in a different way? Because I think that could be an inhibitor to your model.
Yes, we are exploring and we plan to do both, to provide in-person and virtual. Again, every school's need is different. We expect that the highest need schools will want our services. And so when we do come in, we are willing to offer modeling, right, explicitly showing them how it's done. And then also if they want, then we do a more hands-off role and watch, or we help facilitate activities with the students, meeting teachers where they are versus just assuming a one-size-fits-all.
I think you should charge separately for being in person as an additional fee.
Got it. Can I talk to you after this, Rachel? Thank you. Emily?
Hi. I saw that my first question was, how long is the program? But I saw that you answered it. It's about 10 weeks. So I have 2 questions to follow. Is the programming in the school during SEL learning time, or is this additional programming that would take away from academics? And then my second question is, what exactly is the program? Is it self-esteem building, or is it smart scrolling techniques?
So the first part of your question, it's up to the school. We're working with them. We've actually been talking to multiple schools, public, charter. We already have 4 secured for the fall. So we're kind of concerned on how we're going to manage if we keep up at this rate. But the charter school is like, can you give us smaller doses? Can you give us 30-minute lessons that we do like 2 or 3 times a week? And as a teacher, you have to be flexible. If that's what they want, we're going to meet them where they want. If we looked at our analogs, such as Second Step and Common Sense Media, they do the same thing. They've got hour lessons, 30-minute lessons, 15-minute lessons. So it's what they want, but we want it to happen in school because this is where children congregate. We need them all to sit down and decide norms. So the product, it's going to be arranged. There's explicit social media training. Like, they need to know basic features, but we can also do it in a way where we ask them, because kids are at different levels of social media use and advancement. Some really know functions like unfollowing, blocking. Some know how to manage. Others have no idea and they mindlessly scroll. We want to open up the discussion, let them bring their experiences. We underestimate the knowledge of children. When we did the pilot, I was assuming that if once I start the conversation, it'll be a flood of information. Anything that the people in this room tell me is a problem with social media, guess who else can tell me? A 6th grader. And so they know. What I want is them to talk about it and decide on an individual level and as a group level what we agree we will do and we won't do. The same way we set rules in the classroom, but you get better buy-in when the kids get to decide for themselves. Just like you will more likely choose to do something if you self-select into it. So we're not going to tell kids what to do on social media. We're going to let them share their experiences through tailored lessons that focus on a specific part of social media use that you can see in the sample lessons that we have brought from our pilot, to gear them towards creating these norms and then reinforcing them throughout the school year. Did I answer your questions? Okay. Bruce?
So is there any data or research out there about connection between social media use and academic achievement that you can build off on to be able to sell your product to schools?
When I was piloting, so 6th graders are like 10, 11, 12. And something that surprised us when we did the pilot was they actually have a very positive, like overwhelmingly positive attitude towards social media. And then every day I would come in the morning and these kids are like falling asleep. And I'm like, what is happening here? Like, are you all okay? And then I'd ask them, like, I'd be like, what were you doing last night? And the kid's like, oh, I was on my phone. And then I'm like, okay, how many of you were on your phone till late last night? Now, again, the research was 13 to 17. These are 10, 11, 12-year-olds. Almost the entire class raised their hand that they were on their phones till super late at night. So I don't, the research always comes after the actual lived experiences, and teachers would tell you, right, that these devices are draining. We've felt it ourselves, the time substitution effect. It affects your productivity levels. It affects your mental state because you're like, man, I could have done something else with my time. But they're too young to recognize and have that self-awareness, and they just like the benefits. Yes, I'm so sorry, I can't see your name.
That's all right. It's Gabe. Thanks so much for taking my question. I think this is all really exciting. Almost back to the first question where you put up the 5 more specific metrics or outcomes that you're looking for. From your early pilots, can you speak to, both what you've seen most promising against any of those, and then also like what, as somebody who's envisioning like a better world of social media engagement, like I'm sure with an effective curriculum you'll show statistical significance at many or all of these at some points, but like can you help paint a picture of what you think social significance would look like? What is the good that you're trying to get to? Is it going from 8 hours to 4 hours a day, or is it kids going to bed at a reasonable hour so they can be awake at school? It comes from I'm very impressed, but also feeling overwhelmed about like what does good look like when you get to implement this the way you envision it.
Yeah, so when I went into this, I thought really long and hard about, there's no point in telling a child what to do as much as there's no point in telling an adult what to do. The one thing that we have is choice. And so the solution will look different for every classroom and for every child. Quantity of use has mixed results. There are adults that their whole job is social media and they're on it all day and they're completely happy and well adjusted. It's having intentionality and actually taking that moment. They've created apps where it makes you stall for like 15 minutes before it opens a social media platform. That's sad. How about before we get on it, we teach kids to think about, hey, when you go on Instagram or TikTok, what are you hoping to get out of it? How long do you want to spend on it? Right? And how's it going to make you feel? These kinds of things measure valence. There's no intentionality, even around adults. When I pitched this to a group of adults about kids, they're like, hey, we need this. I'm like, okay, we'll get to you, please. The kids come first. But yeah, I mean, we're testing it out. I did not expect her to come and say that to me, so it was surprising that she told me her actual use went down. They'd actually backtracked on the school policy. When I taught at Revis, we used to have a phone policy where it was taken away and then given back at the end of the day. They've let kids have their phones, so it was a wild ride giving a pilot with kids full of phones in their pockets, trying to hide it. And then when we engaged in the activities, talking and writing about our experiences, they stopped using their phones. And then they started writing and engaging and talking about it. So it's a little bit hard. It takes time for them to reconcile the fact that what I'm doing and what I'm talking about don't match. So hopefully the ongoing conversation, and we know peer pressure, it works. So my hope is parents have suffered greatly because when their child is on the receiving end of negative effects, harassment, exclusion, right, trolling, they're very alone. And you must get all the other parents whose children are responsible for that, but maybe they don't know what they are doing. These kids don't know the outcomes. We do. So they need to talk about it. And if they realize, hey, I wouldn't like this if someone did this to me, And then someone's like, yeah, this is happening to me. And even if they don't name names, we're gonna start to collectively agree and create norms in a space where children interact the most. It's where they spend most of their time, and these are the same people that outside of school now have access to them through social media. So that is the hope. We are measuring. I do believe this shows, and the kids did form better relationships because they're talking. Whereas in traditional classroom structures, it's mostly one directional with teachers talking to students. They must talk to one another. Otherwise, they won't know the things that they're doing to one another that's, harming or helping. John.
Yes. This topic is in the newspaper, if not every day, every other day. And part of it's with respect to should there be national legislation, state legislation, school district legislation. And I keep wondering if the profit motive is right for this, or should you just find a couple of really wealthy people, and I mean like hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth, to just give this to every school district in the country that would want it, or a principal of every school that would want it in their school. I think the need is immediate, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the best thing for kids. Is it best just to roll this out and try to get this done quickly? And I don't know if you've brainstormed, because Rob knows a lot of people with that kind of money.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, if you know any of those people, John, I would love for you to make the introduction. To be very honest, it's the same thing. Like, how has 10 years gone by? 10 years have gone by, and no one has done anything about this. Right. How can we say that the existing providers for digital literacy and social emotional learning, they mandated that? Where is the outcome? Yeah. And it's because you talk about these things in isolation and they don't exist in silos. The social emotional problems are inherently tied to social media use and other factors. So if you just talk to kids about how are you feeling, when you get angry, what are you gonna do? That's not helpful. Tell me about a time you were angry, did something on social media. I mean, that's where their time is going. And the research shows, especially with the COVID pandemic, exacerbated use. And even the COVID pandemic had inequity along who was using it more. So you're right. I mean, if anybody knows, somebody with that kind of money.
And I think of all of the issues that we have in education, this is one that I think is fairly bipartisan.
Yeah. It's kids. My God. I mean, they drive us crazy, but we love them.
Yeah.
And on that note, we are out of time. So please join me in congratulating all 7 teams who did such a fabulous job today. And join me in thanking the judges for the great questions and comments. For everyone other than the judges, we have a reception upstairs in room 104. You are welcome to go there now, and we will announce the winners in approximately an hour. Judges, no such luck. You have to fill out your forms first, and then in a few minutes we'll reconvene back in 219 for deliberations.
Microphone check, 1, 2. Microphone check, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2. Cool.
Yeah, I know that the woes and the weight of the world can get inside our minds. Be too much sometimes, I know. But baby, don't let the no's and the ups and the downs from the roller coaster ride beat you up inside. Baby, don't. If you ever feel that way, hesitate. 'Cause you got my number, you can call on me. If you in trouble, put the fall on me. When you're mad, you can take it out on me. When it don't add up, you can count on me. When you're low, come get high on me. Make it slow, take your time on me. Settle in, let it out, come and lay on me. When it gets heavy, put the weight on me. Baby, put it all on me. Put it all on me. I wanna take you out on the town on my dime anytime. Tell me when you're free. We can do anything and everything you want. Yeah. Oh, I wanna hear all your fears and your troubles. Strip it down, really get to know one another. When it's nobody but you and me this time. Well, you know I'm here for you. You lean on me anytime you need to. You got my number, you can call on me. If you in trouble, put the fall on me. When you're mad, you can take it out on me. When it don't add up, you can count on me. When you're low, come get high on me. Make it slow, take your time on me. Settle in, let it out, come and lay on me. When it gets heavy, put the weight on me. Baby, put it all on me. Girl, put it all on me. All right. Come on, relax your mind on me. When you need a shoulder, you could cry on me. Baby, you can bet your life on me. Put it all
Podium mic check. Podium mic check. 1, 2.
call on me. If you in trouble, put the fall on me. When you're mad, you can take it out on me. Yeah.
Backup mic check. Backup mic check. 1, 2.
Come and lay on me. When it gets heavy, put the weight on me. Baby, put it all on me. Yeah, baby, put it all on me. Yeah. Put it all on me. Girl, put it all on me. Put it all show you how to dance. Well, dance. Show you how to dance. Pass on. Oh, pretend as if it was the first. What's the problem? Do I offend you? We saw this coming, but will you stay? 'Cause I'm all about dance. I'll show you how to dance. Dance. I'll show you how to dance. I'll dance. I'll show you how to dance.
Stream audio test. Stream audio check. Sync test 1 2. Sync test 1 2. No follow. Good.
Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. The moment I think that we're all waiting for, the judges seem to have wrapped up their deliberations. So I invite folks to sit down in the seats if you're not part of one of the pitching teams, and we'll ask the teams to be here by the highboy tables for the announcement. Thank you. And please still mingle. It'll take a while for the judges to come down.
Okay, we're ready to begin. This is one of the few times as somebody who teaches where I actually get everyone's full attention for at least a little while. So I want to take full advantage. Just a couple of quick things before we get to what everyone's here for. You know, at the beginning of finals this morning, in case any of you were not paying attention, I thanked everyone imaginable and congratulated the teams. Now I'd like to turn the tables for a minute and thank the teams. Working with SNVC teams is the most enriching and satisfying teaching experience I can imagine. And I know that Christina, Starr, Will, Bridget, Nathan, Yasmin, the mentors, the judges feel the same way and participate with such dedication because of your exceptional passion, commitment, creativity, and effort. So thank you. Okay, I've used up my welcome. So now on to the announcement of prize winners. First, I want to congratulate all the teams who did not make the finals. The depth of teams this year was incredible, and I bet we will look back on today in amazement of how much some of those teams accomplished and say, I cannot believe that fill in the blank did not even make the finals, given what they have accomplished. What I'm going to do is first now announce the audience award of $5,000, and the winner of that is Culetta. I'm now going to congratulate all the finalist teams. Then we will announce the 3 money winners, starting with a tie for second place and a 1 first place team. So congratulations to all the finalists, or Naso, Blue Line, The Dev Difference, Circularis, Ezekiel, and Kind Dad. Please join me in a round of applause for the wonderful job they did today. We are awarding a total of $150,000 in prize money. Before we announce the prize winners, I would like to explain one thing. Blue Line is a politically partisan venture. As such, the university is not able to award them any prize money, but the judges want to provide special recognition for the quality of their presentation and the venture's potential. So our first second prize winner is winning $40,000 is Ezekiel. Our other second place winner, also $40,000, is Kind Dad. And the winner of the 14th annual John Edwardson 72 Social New Venture Challenge, winning $70,000, is the Dev Difference. Thanks again, everybody. That concludes the formal ceremony, and please enjoy the reception.